Very, very good morning, Mr. Jain. We'll just check in on your audio at the moment to give you a moment. In the meantime, Vidya and Arvind are here. They'll be the coaches running us through through the session today. How are you feeling, Vidya?
Very charged up, Nitin. Thank you for asking, and morning, everyone.
Fantastic,
Morning,
fantastic. And
Good
Arvind as
morning.
well. So Vidya is in Delhi, in Noida, and Arvind is all the way in Assam. So this is the power of today's environment. Arvind, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. It's a great morning, and
Great.
it's great to be in such awesome company.
Great. So if I haven't had a chance to say hello to you, apologies. We will get a chance to say hello as we go along. Mr. Jain is here, just checking in with Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, can you hear me okay? We were just saying hellos to each other. We'll give
Maybe Mr.
Mr. Jain a moment.
Jain, can you hear us, Mr. Jain?
Yes, madam. There was some issue initially. Now I can very clearly hear all of you.
Fantastic.
Thank you for being here.
Very good morning, Mr. Jain. How are you? We were just catching up with the rest of the team. Hope things are well.
So thank you very much, team MET, and thank you very much, team NIXI. But from the number of participants, I find that still a lot of people are yet to join, because I feel that this was one of those occasions when all NIXIites join together, they sit together. In fact, I would have been more happy in case this team building exercise would have been in person, because that gives a different flavor and different, energy in all the people to work. So, good morning to all the people who are here. And I think most of us understand what is a team and why team is required. But at the same time, when we actually implement or practice that particular thing, we forget. And we again behave, as we have to do. So I start, my discussion saying that why team? Why team? This is a question which is being discussed on several occasions, especially Indians, whether the Indian as an individual is more efficient or as a team is more efficient. There are several, several people have different views on this. And it is said that we are more comfortable as an individual, we are more creative as an individual, but we don't work when we together come as a group, as a team, the efficiency goes down. I differ with this. It is the perception which people have, because I start, from the birth. When we are born, are we able to grow up independently without the help of my mother or my father or my peers or my relatives? No. Think about that. You are studying in a college or a school. Teacher is teaching, classmates are there, although you may be a lonelier person who don't talk to each other. But it is possible for us to update our knowledge without a teacher. Is it possible for update our knowledge without even getting help from the brother system at home? No, and indirectly, even the books which you are reading, the authors which you are giving updates, they are part of your team. So basically what I personally feel, that everybody perform their own role depending on the capabilities, the skills they have, and then they contribute directly or indirectly as a group, as a team. Let us first understand why team is required in a work environment. And all of us have also seen and experienced this. I think first thing is that when we are together as a team, we bring a lot of fresh ideas together. When we are alone, we are restricted to the culture with which we are born, the experience with which we are grown up, And when more than one person, whether it is 2 or 3 put together, they bring their own experience, their own culture, and brings a lot of fresh ideas, and they are very, very helpful for all of us, and best for the organization. Then teamwork, they gives a feeling of unity, they gives a feel of collaboration together, and they finally give a feeling of motivation among each other. Think about when you are alone and when you are together, how the whole thing gets changed. And I personally feel that when we bring together, as I said, that we bring the combination of the skills together, and there is a skill set which gets generated out of the team. Employees often have their blind spots. They are not aware about their strengths and weaknesses. When they come together, when they talk to each other, then even your strength, which you are not aware, are amplified by your teammates. You become more aware. I remember, one anecdote on this. हनुमान जी को पता नहीं था कि वो कितने बड़े और कितने बलवान हैं, unless Lord Ram told him that you can do this. And if you can do this, then you can grow bigger, you can do this, and you can actually win the whole world. That is what I think team provide us, that particular thing. Another thing which I personally feel, that when you are working alone and when the work is more, especially my officers, they are working now under me, they are more stressed, right? But if they work together as a team, then they reduce the stress because they laugh together. They share the things together. And sometimes, I am not averse, when we together get together, and the best thing to talk is about your boss. अरे वो तो बेकार है यार, उसने तो ये बोल दिया, उसने ये कर दिया. And this is a normal thing to de-stress yourself. This is good. We must. Another thing is that as an individual, we are less risk taker. We are very careful about our life. We are careful about our position. We are careful about the results which can come out of it. But when you are together as a team, then you are more likely to take more and more risk. And when the results come out of a team efforts, the kind of motivation you get, and not only the motivation, the strength to take risk for next project goes up. Another thing which I personally feel, that when you bring results, small results, आपने एक प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बनानी है, उसके 2 पेज बना लिए, and the other team member says, अरे fantastic project report, these 2 papers are really good. The appreciation, recognition by the peers gives a great energy out of you to work more and more. And I think everybody knows that team brings more effectiveness at the workplace than an individual. So I don't want to speak much because Professor Nitin Batra and his team is there to talk about the importance of team and how the team building. Now let us understand that why team building is required. What are the indicators? Now I am talking to my NIXIites because I talk to them on regular basis, daily basis. Please listen these words and you may understand that it may be you. मैंने उसको बोल दिया था, हुआ नहीं क्या? ये काम तो मार्केटिंग का है, मेरा नहीं है. मैंने सोचा था ये तो विलियम कर रहा होगा. मैंने ईमेल पे इस सबको कॉपी कर दी थी. सर मेरा पोर्शन तो हो गया है, मैंने तो अपना काम कर ही दिया है. पिछली मीटिंग के मिनट्स मुझे बनाने थे क्या? So basically these are the indicators which says that there is a lack of team building, team spirit. And if we see from professional point of view, what are the indicators? Indicators are communication breakdown. We don't talk to each other. This is a common issue with we NIXI, and that is why Professor Nitin Batra has helped us to build up the communication in the first lecture itself. Lack of trust. We don't trust each other. हमने अपना काम कर दिया, दूसरा अपना काम कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा, we don't know, and we are not bothered also. Then sometime when you are working in a team and you find that two people or three people, they are not able to talk to each other, they are not able to communicate effectively, and there is a conflict. And if the conflict remain unresolved for more time, it means that team is breaking. As a team, if you are not able to take decision, maybe a short time decision or maybe a middle time decision, and you leave it the decision to be taken by the CEO, then team is not working. The most important aspect of team building is taking decisions. And sometimes the team members become too comfortable. Too comfortable means that चलता है, काम हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा, चलता है. The moment we have this kind of feeling with one person or second person, I feel we need to relook into the team building. Now, is the only factor that we have to bring people together and see the team is built up and make an effective team? No. I think we have to see several aspects when we are building up a team. The first, I personally feel, is the size of the team. Whether team has to be a small team or team has to be a bigger team. I personally feel that smaller team, maybe with the 4 to 6 people, maybe even smaller sometime, is more effective. And if you see, if we have built up a big team, maybe sometime we required a big team. But ultimately, informally, that bigger team divides sometime into a smaller teams itself. ग्रुप बन जाते हैं. आपने देखा होगा जब आप कॉलेज में थे या स्कूल में थे तो आपकी टीम थी कॉलेज के अंदर 40 people were there. You remember that there is a small group of 3 or 4 students, 3 or 4 students here, 3 or 4 students here. They sometimes they go to the professor sometime, and I think Professor Nitin Batra must be facing this on daily basis. Then we have to also see in the team building whether we have built up the right kind of diversity. It means whether the age which we have to take for all the team members, the race, sometime important, gender is important, and ethnic groups in team building may not be good for NIXI, but yes, this is an important aspect of this. Another thing I always feel is the mental faculty, is whether in the team the framework, mental framework of the people are all matching or synchronized or near matching and synchronized. Because team member should know that the other team member, how he is going to respond, when he is going to respond, what he is going to do. And if we are able to synchronize this, I think it is important. Then another thing is the skill set. You must have seen that the team which we are building is one member from the IX team, one member from the finance team, one member from .in team. This is because everybody has different skills. And if you bring together all the skill set together, then the objective of the project can make successful. I want to tell one thing which I am telling all my colleagues, but still they are not able to involve that inside. Team totally relying on electronic communication, मैं आज की बात कर रहा हूं, today, are less successful than those who conduct communication in person. And this is very much effective in a time when it is a virtual office, whether it is a hybrid office or it is a full virtual office. These are very, very important. How to make a team successful, that is also very important. Formation of a team is fine. But what are the characteristics which we should build up? What are the attributes which we build up in a team to be a more successful? I personally feel that every team should have a very clear goal, very, very clear goal, what they are going to achieve and when they are going to achieve. Overall, as a team, these are important things. Second, when team is there with 4 or 6 members, I think every individual should get some work assigned to them, which is specific. If nobody is assigned, then the overall goal is with nobody. कोई किसी का काम नहीं है, सबका काम है, इसका मतलब किसी का काम नहीं. I'll tell you a very interesting thing in my college, you know. हम लोग जब कॉलेज में थे तो हम लोग पूछा करते थे, हम छोटी छोटी बात के ऊपर ट्रीट मांगा करते थे. अच्छा आपने नया पेन खरीदा, आज ट्रीट दो.
I think we'll just we'll give a moment. I think it'll come back.
Yeah.
But Shubham, the story is so interesting. I'm on the edge of the seat.
Responsible for it.
Janji, so we missed on the after the pen. Pen के लिए treat भागा करते थे और हम लोग सब street के edge पे हैं. सुनना चाहते हैं कहानी.
I'll repeat again, sir. I'll repeat again. You know, and this is what has happened with me in my group. You know, क्या हो गया कि हम छोटी छोटी बात पे just to make happiness एक पेन खरीदा 10 रुपए का, तब तो 2 रुपए का पेन आता था. 2 रुपए का पेन खरीदा because I remember I was in engineering college from 1976 to 81. 2 रुपए का पेन खरीदा आपने, तो अरे आपने नया पेन खरीदा है, चलो ट्रीट दो. So normally all of us used to go to canteen, चाय पिलाई, ब्रेड पकोड़े खिलाए, ट्रीट हो गए. But few of us used to say, अरे ट्रीट मैंने कभी मना किया है आपको क्या, कभी भी ले लो. अगर किसी मेंबर ने आपको ये बोला है कि मैंने ट्रीट मना किया है क्या, कभी भी ले लो, इसका मतलब वो कभी भी ट्रीट नहीं देगा आपको. So it means that if the goals are assigned to everybody, then nobody is responsible. Then whether the team is really focused on the goal which are assigned to them, these are very, very important. You must review it every time, every 15 days, every 1 month. Are we focused? Are we focused? Are we working on the same direction? जैसे, you know, I always talk about अर्जुन की आंख. अगर अर्जुन की आंख है कि मेरे को तीर वहीं चिड़िया की आंख पे मारना है, और वो आपको बार बार रिमाइंड अपने दिमाग में करना पड़ेगा एज ए टीम. And if we are able to do that, I'll give my example only on this. I was in MBA in MDI Gurgaon, and my target was very clear that I want to win the Prime Minister Gold Medal in this class. Right? So we were 5, and they used to call me Arjun only, because the focus used to be very, very clear. And I used to talk, nahi, mere ko to, I want to be focused on this. I don't want to go there. I don't want to do this thing. And Nitin ji, I am able to win that Prime Minister Gold Medal also.
Amazing.
And people used to call me even PMGM even today. When on my WhatsApp, they call me PMGM. And the final thing which I personally feel in the team building is required a clear leader. A leader is required in every team who should lead the team. And that is what my NIXI, remember, I always call, हर एक project का एक, मतलब I'm sorry to say, I used to say very clearly, हर project का एक बाप होना चाहिए. अगर किसी project का बाप नहीं है, that project is destined to fail. If you have 2 leaders, 3 leaders together, then it is not, no directions are given. Now this is about the team and all those things. Let us talk about the team building now. The topic which Nitinji and his group is going to teach all the NIXI today. Let us understand what is the team building and what are the advantages of team building. I personally feel the first thing is that it will help your team to adopt a virtual work environment more efficiently, solving issues that come with the
In the meantime, the rest of us, we feel free to turn on our videos. That'll bring us closer as well. I think it relates to
we
the point
must
of
do
virtual
that. We
environment.
must do that.
Genji, we missed from the virtual environment. आप बोल रहे थे. I just wanted to hear that point to make sure I get it. So you said in
One
virtual
thing is
environment.
that
Yeah.
the team building help the team members to adopt more efficiently to the virtual work environment more efficiently, solving the issues that come up then in the normal environment. And what I said is that when we are meeting together, we should be, in case we are discussing, I think camera should be on as far as possible so that we have a eye contact. If we have a eye contact, I think this is more effectively, we are able to communicate much better. Then I think I bring another aspect that when we are together as a team, a small kind of competition, which is a good competition. I am not saying is a bad competition. There are two type of things, good competition and bad competition. So when we are in a team, as a member of the team, we bring competition, and competition has shown increase in the productivity. Uh, Let me take one example. I think which Nitinji must be aware that there is a famous theory of pulling the rope. Think about a situation when one person is pulling a rope, 15 people are pulling the rope, and then 4 people are pulling the rope. One person may not put the more strength in this. When 15 people, again, you say कि वो कर लेगा, मैं नहीं करूँगा, वो कर लेगा, ये कर लेगा, nobody does it. But if there are 4 people, 5 people, and they have to win, they will go extra mile, much more extra mile, put all their strength and get you the more productivity out of this. Another important thing in the team building is more cheering, more fun, more celebrations. To some extent, we have built up some kind of celebrations and fun in NIXI, but I think still more things which I think Nitin Batraji and his team can push more with us, and do this. I personally feel a successful team building activity will means more comfortable, successful workplace environment for any company, whether it is a large or small company. And if we are ready as a team, we are ready for improving the communication, we are ready to improve the skills, we are ready to improve the collaboration, and finally the productivity. I personally feel that when we are in office or at home also, and this is what the results come. And Nitinji, I recorded a podcast. My team will share that podcast with you. And I have narrated my own life story in that, and how the word I, which we normally carry with us, when you get some achievement, share that achievement with your team members.
Shonji, can I get that statement after the word I we normally carry with us? उसके बाद आपने क्या कहा? मैं
I
वापस
will,
सुनना
sir.
चाहता हूँ.
I think there is some, this is very important aspect, Nitinji, when we are talking the word of virtual. I'll take up this 2 minutes also. I
Please,
think I'm
please, please.
taking more time than what is required and what is allotted to me. Uh, I said that, the word I has to be replaced with we in the course of our time and life period whenever it is required. And this will help you not only in office, but this will help you in your home also. It is sharing your joy, sharing your credits, sharing your achievement, not with yourself, but with the team members. See the kind of happiness you see on their faces. That is what I explained to you, Nitinji, that I have recorded a podcast, what how the CEO live and life of CEO by Dipali. And I request my Shubham or my marketing team to share with you. And this is how I explained that how I used to get the work done from my subordinate, from my peers, and even from my bosses.
I see.
Get your things down and then come as a team and work as a we, as a part of the whole organization, and we work. Okay, finally, let us see that it is not all rosy picture. Team fail also. There are reasons, there are places, and very often we see that if we make 10 teams, 2 3 fails also. Why? Let us understand. Very important, because now we are learning where in a classroom status we must understand why. The first thing which I said initially is that you should have a clear goal, so you should have a clear vision. If you have a lack of vision with us, we don't know where to get. And everybody, all team members have their own visions. So they do. So this is very important thing. And I think second thing which I explained also, unclear role of team members. Very important. You must define the team leader should be responsible, or he can give a democratically. Choose your own role yourself so that there is no conflict between each other. And it is very important. The third most important is the poor decision making. First, the team sometimes overthink decisions, waste lot of time in decision making. So there should be an optimum time in decision making. At the same time, it should not be, decision making should not be in haste also. Just on a click of a button, you take a decision, then good amount of decision will be wrong. Another thing which you have to see as a team leader is that some of the members, and sometimes, Nitinji, even the leader has a fixed mindset. And if you have a fixed mindset and you are not flexible, you are not listening to the team members, you are not open to the new ideas which are flowing inside, 100% team efforts are going to be off. And that is why I'm telling NIXI, sometime we take the management consultant to your organization to give you some ideas how and where we have to move. Sometimes we also feel ये management consultant करते क्या हैं? They come, they discuss with us, they take all the data from us, they put in a beautiful format and tell us. No, not alone this. Because they bring the ideas from the outside world which we are not known. They remove this barrier of fixed thinking, fixed mindset, and that is very important. And finally, I personally feel every team should have sufficient resources available with them. In case they should have a budget, they should have authority, they should be able to discuss very openly with the CEO, they should be able to express the things very openly, and the things will come. And and finally I say that I think that if the team is not cohesive, if the team is not bound together as a group, then chances are that we are not able to get the results as they are effectively required. Finally, before I say I leave the whole day with Dr. Nitin Batra, I just want to discuss that these days we are changing the whole environment and we are work environment has changed, and today we are talking on virtual video conferencing. The life is changing whether we are on virtual or we are in hybrid mode. In that particular situation, what are the new dynamics which are required for a team building? What are the new dynamics which are required for a team to be more effective? So one or two points which come into my mind. Number one, the communication between all of us, the resources, communication resources should be sufficiently available. Even alternative communication resources should be available with each other. Second thing which I always I was telling starting is that you should have more audio and visual impact on each other. So open the audio, video also with you. Second, we miss the tea coffee together in virtual mode. don't miss. Have 15 minutes, open your camera and your speaker mic, take cup of tea together, and whatever you want to discuss, nonsense about your boss, you discuss. That you can say a virtual cooler time. You should have a very cooler time. And I think leader, whoever is there of the team, make it mandatory that you are available in every virtual meeting. It has impact. Even the presence has impact. You don't speak anything. Let the team member do all the things, but your presence is very, very important. Another, in the virtual mode, it is very, very important that you must track the output. So have minutes of the meeting after every meeting. Nitinji, I am now working with my team and we are trying to find out a solution that when we are having a meeting like this, automatically all the voice get converted into text, and after a modification and some editing in the text, we should be able to generate minutes after 15 minutes of the completion of the meeting, so that
Great
nobody
idea.
text on this. So my team is working on this, and I hope we should be able to get results out of this. If the virtual things goes very long, and which is, I think you must have seen that a lot of international companies have already declared lock in their office for 1 year, 2 years, including Google, Amazon, and all those things. At that particular time, your composition of the manpower can change. It is not necessary that you have to take employees from Delhi or nearby Delhi. I can take any employee with a high skill set, maybe from maybe from Germany, maybe from France. But depending on the time zone setting and all those things, I can, and this can be a cost saving, getting more skill for you, and that is how the team can be built up more effectively at a less costly. And when you are in virtual, I personally feel that always keep on thinking about the future. Very important. How much you are delivering. Is it that my virtual meeting and virtual environment has reduced my efficiency or my cohesiveness of the team? Please don't do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I think I was supposed to get only 10 minutes. I have taken 40 minutes from all of you. But I personally feel that we are aware about the team building. We know, but at the same time, somebody on regular basis, somebody on periodic basis must remind us what is good for us, what is not good for us. And this is one day when the entire NIXI team is there with Dr. Nitin Batra and his team.
In the meantime, as the rest of us get comfortable, we can turn on our video, get a sense of each other as well. If you have a crazy owl cupped. Mr. Jain, we missed the last two sentences. Could I have your final word again?
So what I said is, what I said is that I think I was talking about why this particular team building exercise, a one-day seminar, is important. I said that, in virtual mode, when I was talking, the last point I said is that we must remind ourselves what results are expected out of as a team from us, and that reminder should come to us and leader is more important in this. After every week, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, they must do that. And it is very, very important to remind ourselves, although we know everything. That is what a marketing exercise, Dr. Nitin Batra. I used to ask my student when I was teaching marketing to my student in MBA. I was teaching a student from IGNU also. I was doing this job also. So I used to ask them, Colgate is known to everybody in the whole world. Why they spend billions of dollars in advertisement every year? Are they fool? So basically, the answer is very clear. This mind required reminder and reminder and reminder, and that is how we become more efficient, more perfect. And that reminder is a very important in education field also, in organization field also. So these kind of seminar, these kind of workshops are very, very important to remind all of us why it is required that we should work as a team rather than an individual, how we upgrade ourselves, learn with each other, how to share the skill set with each other, how to be more collaborative, how to be more skill oriented, how to be more ultimately more happy, more productive, and create a better society inside the organization and outside the organization. So thank you very much, NIXI team. Thank you very much, MET team, for giving me time, giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you and sharing my thoughts on team building, the requirement of the team, and what is expected in this virtual mode. Thank you, Nitinji.
No, thank you very much, Janji. I must congratulate NIXI for having a leader who is so authentic. You know, there was Kofi Annan जब बोलते थे, लोगों को लगता था कि उनके साथ कॉफी पी रहे हैं. मुझे अभी ऐसा लग रहा था कि मैं आपके साथ कॉफी पी रहा हूं और आप अपनी पर्सनल, मैं आपको कॉलेज से जानता हूं, हालांकि आप मेरे बहुत सीनियर हैं. So that is great, and I think you set the tone for today. So thank you for that. You talked about why a team is important. What is the sign that a team is going wrong? What are the reasons why a team can fail? What makes for a strong team? What is the culture that we want in NIXI? The idea of openness, cohesiveness, the idea of communication, that we are openly communicating, the idea of the present leader. You know, the leader is always there, may not be speaking, but is always there to support. I think that is a great template. I'll be curious what the rest of us feel. So, you know, if you take literally a minute, 60 seconds, and put on chat, when you were listening to Mr. Jain, what were the words that struck you? It may be a question you have in mind, or one or two phrases that you found interesting. कि ये मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है, ये मैं identify कर रहा हूँ इससे. वो आप chat में डालिए, so that we can just recognize that. 60 seconds on chat. What did you hear from Mr. Jain that stood out for you?
Thank you, Nitinji. So I'll take your leave, and I take the leave of all the boys and girls here, and have a wonderful team building day for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain.
So Prateek says, we is more important than I. Great. Lovely. What else? What else stood out for us when we heard Mr. Jain? Vidya, what stood out for you?
I'm going to take away so many anecdotes actually today, Nitin, including the project ka baap kaun hai, and also doing boss ki burai over chai.
Project. I think that example was amazing also. Yes. He is so open that meri burai karo, but as long as you get together, you know, that's fine. I think that's
and the story he told about kabhi bhi treat le lo, which means you will never get one.
वो ₹2 का पेन ₹20 का हो जाता था because of the chai pakodi. Team building is important to focus. Arjun ki aankh. Arvind, what did you take away?
I mean, there were a lot of things that were taken away, but like the thing that struck me the most was, it was like the tweet thing. कि अगर आप कभी मैंने आपको कब मना किया है ट्वीट के लिए. So that was the story that took me most, that like when everyone, when no one takes the responsibility,
then you you give it over. Yeah
exactly.
Shubham, what struck for you? Great, amazing.
So I can understand that when you are hearing him for the first time, because we have heard all these points, but yes, he set the right tone for this entire session, and all the examples which he quoted were definitely practical, relevant, and what he experiences as a leader on a day-to-day basis with our team.
Amazing.
So the initial examples which he was giving, when he said that the team observation, he gave a few examples on NIXI's team observations and what kind of a feedback he gets from the team. So those are very relevant, which I've noted down. He said there are multiple examples of that. I have done my bit. Only this was expected. I thought this has been done. Oh, okay, I was expecting that someone else might have reverted on this. All these are the relevant ones. Which
मेरा काम क्या था?
मेरा काम हो गया.
मैंने सबको email कर दिया.
Right, मैंने सबको email कर दिया. All these are the relevant ones which he has been experiencing and which he has been sharing it with us on a day-to-day basis. And like these are the observations which he has been giving as a leader, and we know that these are the areas wherein, as a team, we need to work upon and improve.
And Shubham, can I just take that point? I think what's giving me, वो कहते हैं ना goosebumps, जब कोई ऐसा scene देखो movie में which suddenly strikes you in the heart. I think that's what's giving me goosebumps, is that ये तो है common teams में who are trying to reach the next level. You will hear these things. So that is, you're not alone in that. But what's giving me goosebumps is for the leader and for the rest of NIXI to say it out. You know, a lot of times teams struggle to even accept it. But एक बार accept कर लिया, you know, दांत में दर्द हो रहा है तो डेंटिस्ट के पास चले ही जाएंगे. जब तक accept नहीं करा तो दातुन करते करते cavity बढ़ाते रहेंगे. So great. Let's on that note, that's giving me goosebumps. Vidya, I think, and Arvind, we set up for a great day. Back to you.
Thank you, Nitin, and my chance to say a very warm welcome to all of you again. I'm already feeling great with having heard Mr. Jain's address to the team, and you know, listening into some of the key messages. If anybody in the team here wants to share their thoughts on how they felt, on anything specific on what they heard from Mr. Jain, please do feel free to unmute and share. Otherwise, we get started.
We also have plenty of thoughts on chat. So I see Dhananjay saying target must be defined, responsibility of all team members. Jignesh saying team building is must required for revenue, profit, and teamwork. Focus on team. Arjun ki aankh. Rajiv says focus and faith in team. Nagendra says meeting through electronics is not important in person. I think this is great. So Nitin, jolly, you're recognizing Arjun ki aankh. Fantastic, brilliant. So, and there are other comments which we can all read. So we'll save these. I think those are important. Back to you, Vidya.
Yeah. So let's also recognize that what we are doing today may be unique in the sense that we are doing this team building virtually, but that is probably the call of the hour. Let's also discover how and what we do well today and what we could actually improve on. And let this not be a one-off exercise. What has brought NIXI so far is what inspires also NIXI to have such an ambitious goal ahead. So we will spend today's day in a fun way to celebrate our success so far, step back, reflect, learn from each other and bond with each other in a more meaningful way to move forward. We are all familiar with the Zoom environment we are using today. By now, all of you have already used and experimented the chat, but here's just a screenshot to show you that some of the emoticons are there at the bottom. Raised hand, a thumbs up sign. These are some of the things. Arvind and me will be here to listen in and read into all your shares as well as chat messages. Anybody has any doubts on the Zoom environment, please feel free. Otherwise, give me a green tick.
Yeah, I'm going to also jump in here and test it out with everyone. So I see Shubham's green tick, fantastic. So, you know, here are some norms for today. We talked about communication. Let's make communication explicit. Vidya, were you going to discuss the norms for today?
No, you can go ahead, Nitin.
All right. So one is that we are in a virtual environment. If you leave your desk and put a cardboard cutout of yourself in front, I will not know, right? So I will just trust you that you're going to be present here, fully present. And if you need a break, right? If you're getting tired and you say, bahut ho gaya, ab mujhe 10 minute chahiye, you will let us know, because we will accommodate that. We will give you a break so that we can help you be present. If you agree with me that you will be present, hum yahan pe hain aur hum engaged hain, then give me a heart sign on reactions. So click on reactions, give me a heart sign. Shubham, your heart is more than visible. It's beating fine. Great, lovely. No cholesterol there. Shahid, heart sign. I need the heart sign. Dhananjay, Chirag, Jignesh. Reactions, bottom of the screen. Where you will see participants chat. Right next to that, extreme right, is reactions. Click on that. Supratik, I see the heart. Bottom of the screen, reactions, heart. Fantastic. I'm seeing hearts all pop around. Abhishek, Akash, fantastic. Arnab, brilliant. Yeah. For the rest of us, I'm going to assume we haven't found, because you want to say yes to me, we haven't found the reaction. So I'm going to say it again. Where you see the bottom of the screen, just scroll your eyes down. जहाँ पे विद्या का presentation है, वहाँ पे नीचे जाएं, cursor लेके, तो you will see mute, stop video. Right on the extreme right is reactions. You'll be able to see that.
That's next to share screen.
Next to share screen. Okay. Next to share screen. There you go. So you'll be able to click on reactions and put in hearts. All right. One of us is telling us with double arrow, which basically on the right, which means go ahead. We figured this out. Go ahead. Okay. The second norm is that anything is okay to be shared in this team. Mr. Jain talked about disagreements, gossip, anything is okay. So if we disagree with something, or if we agree with something, we will let others know on chat or through our reactions. If you agree with that, give me a thumbs up. A thumbs up. Whatever is on your mind will be out on the platform today. We are going to communicate, over communicate rather than under communicate. So I see 3 ticks, 5 ticks. Yeah, my target is to get this up to roughly around 20. So bottom shared screen, you'll be able to see thumbs up. And as if you allow us, we will actually pull you in. That is not to put you on a spot. That is make sure that we hear your ideas, hear your thoughts. We bring you in as we go along. So those are the 2 rules. This is meant to be a facilitated session. I think I'm going to just, everything that Mr. Jain said is perfect. I'm going to disagree with only one thing, which is we are not here to teach you. We are actually here to facilitate an environment where you are able to be yourself. So we will just create that environment. This is your space. You'll be guiding us through your reactions and thoughts as we go along. So that's it. 2 rules: be present. Let us know if you need a break. And second is whatever your thoughts, pop them over on chat. Interrupt us on voice. Turn on your video so we can see you. And that's about it. Back to you, Vidya.
All right. So let's get into this. And Mr. Jain's talk has already, like Nitin said, kind of set the tone of the day. As what we have done here is put in some research data on what is the value of a strong team. But I'll take 30 seconds here to also ask what the team feels is the value of a strong team, because I see this team as a very strong one too. I understand that there are always going to be challenges, but research from the Russell one, which does every year from the high trust organizations, the Great Place to Work research for the last few years has quoted that there is 74% less stress in a stronger team when you are able to depend on each other, 13% fewer sick days, 50% higher productivity, and 2 to 3 times higher market share returns as well, and 106% more energy, some of which we will try and bring in today as well. And help me if the energy is dipping, because I will need all the all the energy boosters here. So what I want to listen from all of you is, what are some of the things you hear people saying? Like, you know, if you are a part of a strong team, and you may have been part of different teams, what do you see people saying when you are a part of a team? For example, when I was part of, I am still a part of a very strong team. I tell, or I hear people saying that we are doing great work. I feel energetic. What else do we hear people saying? Can I get some shares on chat? What
Feel
do you
free, I think, to
some dialogues?
unmute and jump in as well. If you know,
Yes,
if,
yes, please do.
what does a strong team say? Hindi, English, Kannada, Telugu. I'm surprised Google said Kannada is the ugliest language. I think I don't know why they said that, but that is just a sign that technology, you know, still has a long way to go. The world 10 years from now will be very different. I love Kannada. I love the people. If you know Kannada, then say it in Kannada. Otherwise, any other language. What do you hear people say in strong teams?
Anybody?
If you're talking to your partner and they say, "So, aaj din kaisa raha?" What do you say if you're in a strong team?
I am a part of a strong team. तो दिन अच्छा ही रहेगा ना, खराबी की क्या बात है?
सही बात।
Wow.
बार-बार ये सवाल क्यों करते हो? I'm with you. दिन अच्छा रहता है. You look forward to going to work.
Right. So, feel free to keep popping in your ideas on the chat. What we hear people, some of the people saying in a strong team, basically because it's already, so somebody is from Karnataka here. Fantastic. Malana Gowda, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrongly. Can you correct me?
Yes, correct only. Mallan Goda from Karnataka.
Okay, what do you, how do you say, I'm feeling great in Kannada?
I feel great. ತುಂಬಾ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಕನ್ನಡ only means just in telling Kannada.
Fantastic. I only remember telling my colleagues Chennagidya in Bangalore back in several years back.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Fantastic.
Great, madam. Yeah, thank you so much, madam.
Sure. No, thank you for sharing. Anybody else, any ideas, feel free to pop in the chat or unmute yourself and share. A strong team has a compelling direction, a strong structure. It has a supportive context and shared mindset. Some of the things you may, we may hear our colleagues saying around us is, I am clear about where I am heading. You know, the process is to enable us, even if it is restrictive now. The idea is to enable us. Let's make it better. Everyone knows in a strong team how they are contributing. I like the people I work with. I am growing and developing. This is something I say every day. I am doing something meaningful. Me and my team are inspired to complete our project, to take up something new, learn something new. These are some of the things we hear people say in a strong team, necessarily because that is what brings in cohesiveness, and that is what indicates that you are feeling great to be a part of this strong team. Now,
yeah, I'm also going to recognize what Jolly is saying. A strong team says it's possible. Let's give it a try, right? So I think that comes into the supportive context. I think that's brilliant. And Chirag says strong and successful ideas come during silly conversations. So we are okay being silly with each other. You know, it's okay to take off the jacket, feel comfortable, and talk nonsense, because through that nonsense, maybe we get something interesting that comes out. What if kind of conversations, asking ourselves, what if this was true? Nagendra is saying people always use we instead of I, and they always appreciate each other. Yeah. And we'll actually talk about that also, Nagendra, a little bit. That why is we important and why is I also important? And we'll kind of talk about that as well. Ravi,
Right.
strong team is an idol of achieving goals in an efficient manner. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so these are signs of what we hear in a strong team. Back to you, Vidya.
Yeah, thank you for bringing attention to that. Thank you for the shares as well. So like just mentioned, we will talk about our approach today in the sense that teams are necessarily us and others. When we come together, we form a team. Now, when we come together, there would be things which are, which you have common with others. And then there would be things which you have your own individuality and which remain unique. And there are things which others have, which perhaps are unique about them. So what we will do today is delve into this and use this as our anchor and framework to kind of talk about how we can actually develop our strengths together, both in the places where we feel the commonness, that is the belongingness and togetherness, as well. How do we broaden our perspective about appreciating each other's unique aspects? Everybody is unique. Not everything may actually overlap with others. And while that is something which in general perception may feel that they are different, but it's not different, it's unique about them. How do we appreciate it and also build on the strengths by appreciating each other's uniqueness? So that's pretty much going to be our approach today. And we will talk about how we work on this in both the sides of where we belong and where we are unique.
Yeah, just checking in. I think Ajit wants to say something. Ajit, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Very, very good morning, Ajit. Go ahead.
Yeah, sir. In the strong team, I think that the team strength is very much important. The team strength should be there. And first, in the strong team, we can divide the projects into the modules. So every team members can get the modules and the work can be done in efficient manner and there will be no overloading to anybody. And the projects can be completed in the time.
I'm with you. So you mentioned three things. Everyone's together. There is no sense of overload. So it's shared. And everything is you achieve the impact. Brilliant.
Yes,
Tejinder, thanks, Ajit. And Tejinder is saying aligning around goals. We are all together around goals. And Vidya, if you go back to the previous chart, I just want to make a point. I think the idea is that we are all individuals. We are together for a reason. So we belong to each other. And we'll talk in the first part of what you experience right now, how we belong. And the second part is that I, as an individual, I also have something unique to offer, right? Which may not be common between Ajit and I or Melana Gowda and I, right? How can I bring that unique part into the team so that the team can benefit into that? So this is what it is today. We'll talk about why we belong and how we can strengthen that belonging. And the other part is how can I and Melana Gowda bring in what's unique to them into the team as well. Back to you, Vidya, for the exercise.
Okay, now we have this big question in front of us that who am I? We have to identify ourselves. We have to define ourselves. If I were to define myself, I would say that, like the many identifiers through which I can define myself. I'm a man, I'm a coach, I'm a researcher, I'm an engineer, and similarly, I've got several identities. So when we are working in a team, we have to be very careful about what our identity is, and we have to define who we are. And this whole exercise is about defining and identifying ourselves, that who we are, what are our primary and secondary identities, what are our inner and outer identities. Can we go to the second slide, please? The next slide. Okay, so now we see that we have a set of inner identities, which are our core identities, and which is something that either we have acquired through our inheritance, or it is something that is very, very specific to us. For instance, our race, religion, gender, age, physical abilities, these are our core identities, which are very specific to us. And then like there are set of outer identities as well, such as our education, our hobbies, our food preference, our marital status, etc., etc. So we identify ourselves in many different ways. So now we are going to start on the interesting part of this training, wherein we'll start the group activities. We start interacting together to understand who we are, how we define ourselves. हम अपने आप को कैसे देखते हैं, हम अपने आप को कैसे लोगों को दिखाना चाहते हैं. So we're going to do a little exercise. So what we'll do is that we're going to break you in groups, and we are going to put you in breakout rooms. So we'll have approximately 4 to 5 people in every breakout room. So there, what we want you to do is, can we go to the next slide, please, Vidya?
Actually, so I'm curious here. Does anyone want to share on chat? I am, and just fill in the blanks. Who are you? So Arvind, you were talking about an identity which is on the outer circle. So I'll confess, this bookshelf behind is an identity I'm trying to construct. I'm studious and I'm learned. It's not quite true, because if you ask me how many books have I read, it will be only 10%. So that I'm trying to construct that as part of my identity. But as Arvind said, I'm a coach, I'm a bearded guy, I'm a suited fellow. These are all identity. Mention in chat just one or two identities that you have, and you can also note down on a piece of paper the remaining that come to your mind. So maybe take about 30 seconds. Note down some identities for yourself. Fill in the blanks. I am, main hu, and fill in that blank.
Yeah, actually, I missed telling when we began. The participant handbook has been emailed across to everyone, which will contain this slide, but this can be done even on a plain piece of paper, so don't bother. But that is there for reference. We will be perhaps referring to it in between.
Yeah, anyone who doesn't have the participant handbook, just give us a red cross on reactions. Mention in chat. We'll get it across. Supratik, brilliant and optimist, fantastic.
Great. That's aligning around the goals. Supratik is an optimist.
An optimist, yeah. For the rest, mention in chat. Vidya, what's your I am?
I am a mother. I am a woman. I am learning and getting into research. So that is, I'm trying to build that. One unique thing which I feel, which could be actually common, I have to discover is I am a pet owner with 4 cats. So that is also something.
That is also something. Yeah. Brilliant. 4 cats is unique. And, the world is divided into cat people and dog people. So the dog people are wondering whether they can be friends with you. Fantastic. We'll talk about that. Rajiv says, I'm a netizen. Abhishek, maverick. Love it. Abhishek, tell us a bit more about the maverick part in you. And how does that work with the others?
Yeah, actually, I just have a different view for looking at things. So that's why I feel that I have a different view looking at things, and so that's why I feel.
I'm with you.
So,
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And does that get you into trouble, Abhishek, sometimes?
Yes. Sometimes, yeah, you are absolutely right.
Right.
I have a very different view while talking with my son. Also, I think he has some weird answer. Then I gave more weird answer to him. So he was also a bit shocked. So that's what the first thing which came in my mind that I expressed to him. So that is sometimes I do. So that's what I feel. I feel that this is the one which I think this is what I am. The first thing which is in my mind, who are you? Apart from I am a man or all these things, I have a beard or all those things. But who I am from inside, what actually is. So this is the one word which came to my mind.
Yeah.
So that's what I would like to share with you all. Thank you.
No, amazing. And I think Maverick, I think it was Charles Chaplin who once said, movies with voice will never succeed, right? And it took a maverick to come along and say, no, I want voice. So that's the part. Actually, you've helped me explain in much better words. The part that is different is also important. What is you
Exactly.
is also important, and what's common is also important. We'll talk about both.
Yeah.
Vidya, you were saying something. Thanks, Abhish.
No, I was just reading out. Piyush is saying he's vivacious, which is great. Shantanu said, I am a NIXIan. Absolutely fantastic. That's the spirit of the day.
We all are. Yeah.
And Nitin
Great.
Jolly
Amazing.
is saying human being who's not perfect and be the best and trying to learn to be the best version of myself. Family man, emotional.
Amazing. Amazing. Great
Indeed.
stuff. So, Arvind, I think now we have a list of identities that we've probably written down on a piece of paper, which we identify with. And so we are ready for your
Exactly.
exercise.
Exactly. Yeah, and now that like we have identified many of our identities, now it's time to get into an activity, a group activity. So what we're going to do is that we're going to split you into groups. We'll put you into virtual breakout rooms of 3 or 4 people or 5 people each, and there you have to share each other. Yeah, what is your individual identity? How do you define yourself? What is your core identity and what is your outer identity? Discuss this amongst yourselves, and use this who am I exercise that we just did to identify yourselves, and try to come up with something that is common to all of you, or common to at least most of you, and try to come up with a point that is special. I mean, if all of you are males, I mean, don't say that, like all of us are males. I mean, that is too obvious. Try to come up with an identity which is special, and that is something that is common amongst all of you. So what we're going to do is that we're going to split you in groups, and you guys have 3 minutes to do this activity. And after that, like we'll reconvene here, and then we'll like talk about how this went all about.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I would actually to Mr. Jain's point, I will give you a challenge, a friendly challenge. Whatever identity you come up with, make sure no other group has it. So it's unique and it's common between all of you. Let's try to do that. So you'll be in groups. Now, when you're in groups, you if you can.
Nitin, your audio is jarring.
Make a long pretty short. Why don't you share the fact, Vidya, that with something unique,
Yes.
has in your group, whatever is some. So it's NIXI. We are all NIXIans, but other groups may also come up with that. So try not to do that. Come up with something unique. If all of you love rava dosa with Chinese Manchurian inside, that may be something interesting. So go for it. Vidya, back to you.
Yeah, and yeah, you will find perhaps a couple, 1 or 2 Amitians within your group as well. So please don't get faced down and keep feeling free to share. All right, so I'm opening the rooms. In a minute, you will be seeing yourself in a breakout room. I'll keep time and bring you back. I've just ended the breakout session. People will join us here. Anybody here in this main room who couldn't join a breakout room?
Okay, so Vidya, Mr. Praveen Singh is saying that he was not able to join a breakout room. Mr. Praveen Singh.
Okay. Perhaps we missed pushing you into one of the rooms. Sorry about that, Praveen. Perhaps you and me and Arvind can do this exercise to find something common in the common room itself. Where are you from, Praveen? You can unmute yourself.
We are back, Vidya. There was a great discussion, I have to say.
Yeah, I heard about the smoking and stuff happening in your room. I don't know.
What smoking? Smoking, nothing was discussed about smoking. We talked about much more meaningful philosophical things. Smoking.
I totally believe. let's hear what Arvind. Let's hear from people what they discover.
Okay, so now let us see that what like what the insights that you gained through this exercise? Like what were the interesting commonalities that came up during the discussion?
नागेंद्र जी शुरू कर दीजिए. क्या डिसीजन सारे ग्रुप ने डेलीगेट कर दिया था आपको?
Rajiv has raised his hand.
Rajiv ji, please unmute yourself. And
Good morning, everyone, sir and ma'am both. In my break room, we had discussed about the teamwork. The flowing point was discussed because there is a few times there. So first is the target. Second one is timeline. Third, division of work as per the specialization. Fourth one is responsibilities, accountabilities, and resources.
My God, a proper working meeting happened in your room.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
I hope you found something common among yourselves.
Work focused.
Work focus is the common thing. Yes, Abhishek, please go ahead.
Great one.
Yeah, we have 4 people in the room: Shantanu Acharya sir, Nitin Prakash, me, and Ravi Kapoor. So we have 5 things in common, and I will be sharing only the common things. We all are foodie. we we all likes traveling. We all are emotional. We all are sentimental, and we all are a team player. So these 5 qualities, which we have discussed so many things, but I find these 5 qualities common among us. Thank you.
Abhishek, you forget to tell that we have a common restaurant also, which most of us like.
Yes. Famous non-veg restaurant in Lucknow.
Wow.
Dastarkhan. Yeah. So chicken kali mirch is very famous there. So if anyone has a chance to go there, then please try that.
Great.
Right, sir?
Absolutely. And apart from that, we have said that would like to, enjoy the foods across all India. Andhra foods, Tamil foods.
No discrimination.
Bengal foods. Yeah. Absolutely.
In fact, like I want to take a moment to mention that food is something that brings people together like nothing else.
Yep.
Because food is something that, like it brings apart, like if you have like a wonderful dish in front of you, it is going to bring people from north, west, east, south, countries, regions, cultures, languages, everyone together on the same table, and you'll have fun. So,
Food and cigarettes.
Absolutely.
दस्तरखान मैंने लिख लिया है. अब जाना पड़ेगा.
Note it down. Yeah. Tunde kebab, everyone knows it is very famous, but Dastarkhan is something that most people don't know about it. So just note it down, I think.
And don't miss the biryani from Idris Mia in Lucknow Chowk.
Idris, famous one.
Right.
I think by the end of this discussion, we will have a menu.
And for veg, there is a Shukla chaat and Royal Cafe basket chaat.
Fantastic.
ये मेरा पॉइंट छीन लिया. मैं बोलने वाला था diversity is great, inclusion is even more important. अब vegetarians का example मैं देने वाला था. But you've stolen my point.
No, please go ahead.
नहीं बाद में बोलूँगा. अभी let
but we found
let
some
Arvind say.
Yeah, we found actually
Arvind,
some very other interesting aspects also in some other rooms. Let's listen to them.
Yeah, let's listen to them.
Arvind, sorry, I introduced my team member. There is a Chandra Prakash, Dhananjay, and Bipul in my team.
Right, Rajiv.
Hello. We were 3 people in room number 4. Suprati, Anurag, and myself. And we were asked what makes you together. So one common thing which makes us together is, we are very extrovert kind of people. We gel together, and we often, in the office, even in the official environment, we do informal talks. This is what makes us, gel. So these are the things, or maybe we are somewhat extrovert kind of. That's why.
Great, Nagendraji. Good one to find. I see Shahid raising hand.
Mr. Hashmi had raised his hand here.
Yeah. So we are from room number 7, where my colleague Praveen was there and Ajit ji was there, along with Soumya and Gauravasthana ji. So before everybody was talking about official things, so we thought let's go beyond the official things like delivering project on time and punctuality and all those things. So one common thing we found to have the street food like pani puri and all those things, like biryani and all everybody do. So the gali wala things like the pani puri and all is common for all, and and apart from that, the tracking was common in my room.
Amazing.
So that's all from my side.
Sure. Yes, please.
So if I talk about group number 5, I was part of group number 5.
Yes, Shubham.
Gaurav was with me, Gaurav Gupta, Akash Agrawal, and Ajit Srivastava. So there were 4 of us. So the first and foremost common point was that out of all 4 of us were UP wale. Out of that 3 were in Ghaziabad. And the second point was definitely the cooking and the food. So I'm not into the cooking, but yes, the food aspect, all of us were foodie. So that food element, which has been the common with other groups also, that is again a common element with all of us. Then traveling, driving and traveling, going, exploring new places. That is another thing which we had in common. And then cricket, playing to an extent, like few of the other members like Ajit loves playing cricket, but all of us love watching or following cricket as a kind of a hobby. So these are the common points. Apart from there were other multiple points, but these are the 4 points which I would like to share.
Lovely.
Anyone else would like to contribute? They can contribute, please.
Somebody else wants to share? I see someone unmuting.
Did we get from room 6?
One more thing I forgot to share in room number 4, what happened. One common thing which we 3 people share.
I also wanted to share that.
Yeah.
You missed that element. When you started sharing, Nagendra, I thought the first point which you will be sharing among 3 of you would be.
No. All people, sir, all people were sharing informal things. So I thought I should also share this thing. Actually, this thing, we all 3 of room number 4, we track together. I mean, we go outside and track together. So this I forgot to share. And during this tagging, we share many things, many informal things, formal things as well. What is happening in management, how things are moving. I mean, kya acha ho raha hai, kya bura ho raha hai. These kind of things.
कौन है इस ग्रुप में मिस्टर नेगी?
Stress buster session.
नहीं, मैं कहता हूँ कि
नहीं, क्या बुरा और अच्छा हो रहा है वो बता दो आप नेगी जी.
Right now this is not to be disclosed.
यही तो मौका है. I think हर एक team brainstorm one idea for NIXI, Vidya, that we should note down. Begin with the smokers, because they've spent some time on introspecting on what's going well, what's not going well.
I'm sure.
Shubham, मैं confess करूँगा, when I stopped smoking, my social life went down from 100 to 0. एकदम खत्म हो गई.
Right.
क्योंकि वो 5 मिनट break नहीं मिलता था. So I had to go there to breathe secondary smoke to keep my social life going. Anyway,
and it's difficult when you quit. It's difficult to be a passive smoker.
You feel alone. So I appreciate. I'm jealous of group that I was a part of. Have we heard from room 5? We've heard from room 5. Room 6.
You are very healthy now, sir. Nitin sir, at least you are feeling very healthy. You must be feeling very healthy, very light.
अब मैं फूडी बन गया हूँ. तो आपको यहाँ का पोर्शन दिख रहा है, नीचे का नहीं दिख रहा है. तो अब प्रॉब्लम कहीं और चली गई है. रूम 6 से हमने सुन लिया. Arvind, did we hear from room 6? Deepika.
I don't think we have heard from room 6.
All
Room
right,
6. If
let's
somebody
hear.
can, yeah.
Maybe if
Like
audio
if
issue, then we
someone from
mention
room
on
6
chat.
can,
Yeah.
Somebody
Let's hear
room 6 who
from
would like to
room
talk.
6. And meanwhile, while they're figuring out how to unmute and all, Praveen, who couldn't get into a breakout room, Praveen, do you want to share something common with the things you heard here? Because that's what was the challenge.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Good morning,
very good
everybody.
morning.
One most common thing we got actually.
Little loudly, Parveen, please.
Praveen, आवाज थोड़ी सी कम आ रही है आपकी.
अभी आ रही है आवाज? Hello.
Better.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Perfect.
Actually, we find that there is one common thing regarding the task timeline as per perspective of the professional life, and otherwise another all people are like foodie as well on from outside and inside as well.
सब लोग बहुत सीरियस है यहाँ पे ना, काम के बारे में.
But food is common. So I think what I suggest is do the next exercise, because the groups will also get some time. And this time we'll challenge them even further, give them 1 minute. So Arvind, back to you. Let's do the next exercise.
Ma'am, I want to say something. Ma'am, those who are happy, those who are enjoying the things, they talk about foods. Those who are some kind of thing they are facing, they will talk about those things, work, appraisals, and those kind of things. They will not talk about, they can't even sleep. Okay. That's why
This
the
is
person
this is not a part. This is not a part. Yeah, as you are explaining actually. I think this is your own
I'm
opinion.
not talking
Actually.
about
This
you,
is
yaar.
not
I'm not
opinion.
talking about
I
you.
know about it, but this is not a. It's your opinion only. It's not from
I'm
other
not
part.
talking about
Actually.
you.
You can just see
My
that.
dear, I'm not talking
I
about
know
you.
about it. I know about it.
This is in fact the point we were trying to make, which is there will be differences between us. So between Vidya and I, Vidya is someone who likes to do one thing and one thing deep, right? And she's great at it. मेरा दिमाग 2-3 चीजों पे चलता है, and therefore when we connect, there is that conflict, if you will. So she wants to go to the next level to make sure things are perfect. And I'm like, oh, what's up? Let's just move on to the next thing. The next interesting thing. It can be differences. What we were just discussing. So am I serious? Am I not serious? Am I work focused? Am I not work focused? At this moment, am I humor? Am I not humor? Those are differences that can create conflict. But what we're going to do is turn them into just a different perspective. As Mr. Jain said, it's all about perspective. We'll turn them into a different perspective. We'll actually recognize differences, and we will celebrate differences. So in other words, मेरी टीम में कोई serious person है, brilliant. That is, I'm going to appreciate that person for who that person is. मेरी टीम में कोई humorous person है, I'm going to appreciate that person for who that humorous person is. We're going to start that exercise by doing something special here, which is in the same groups, find something that is not common between all of you. So which is different, that one person likes, but the other person does not like. So this is going to be the exercise. Arvind, you want to brief?
Exactly. Yeah. So this is going to be another exercise. It's going to be a similar exercise, but a little different. So right now, what we did was when we went to the breakout rooms, like we talked with each other, we identified ourselves, and we were able to find the common things which exist between each other, each one of us. Now we are going to try to find out the unique things which are specific to us and which bring value to the organization. So we'll do that, and we'll try to find the uniqueness that is there in the group. So try to find out unique things which are there in the group, which bring out a fresh perspective in work.
Yeah,
so,
I would say unique for individuals, but not common. तो मुझे क्रिकेट पसंद है और आपको फुटबॉल पसंद है. I don't like football. That is one thing. You know? So try to do that exercise, and when we come back, we will debrief. Any questions on the exercise? And thanks, Praveen, for highlighting this for us. This is a good exercise to do. Any questions on this exercise? Find something that is not common. Unmute yourself, ask questions. All right. So otherwise, we will help you in the group. So go ahead. Let's start the groups.
I've just come back to the main room. Arvind, I see Rajesh, Dishant. You were not able to join the breakout? Dishant, are you able to unmute and talk? Rajesh V. I think people have come back, have started coming back. Arvind, over to you.
We are back in the main room. We were having an interesting discussion, and it started off with some of us feeling that differences can draw us apart. Right? Here, a thought from the groups. How did we feel when we were discussing this?
Nitin sir, I'm sorry, your voice was breaking.
Apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Nitin.
Yeah, I was saying that we started off with a discussion between some of us saying differences are drawing us apart, right? There was a bit of a conflict. I shared Vidya and me the conflict. How did it feel to discuss differences in the groups?
Sir, we are from group number 7, and yes, there was a difference in the opinion of the different members on that. But we openly heard everyone, then come to a final conclusion. What is our uniqueness of the group?
Right. So you had a discussion and you ended up on a. And how did it feel to realize that everyone has a different point of view? Was it interesting? Was it challenging?
I feel challenging. What I am seeing is totally different what others are telling. So when they were talking, it seems like a totally ulta bol raha hai, type of that.
Totally ulta bol raha hai. इसको समझ में नहीं आता. मैं agree नहीं करूँगा. I'm with you. That's the first feeling we have. Anyone else has an insight on कि जब differences की बात कर रहे थे तो क्या feeling आ रही थी?
I'm from group number 4. We had I had Nagendra ji, and Negi ji, and Anurag ji with me. So the commonalities that we have easily enabled us to talk about our differences, and it is not that we haven't talked about these differences in our faces too. So in terms of urgency of time, in terms of somebody being an comparative less of a talker, somebody talking being an extrovert, so that these are the kind of differences that we have in terms of respecting each other's time. Also, we had certain difference of opinions, but then we were okay sharing it because the common ground that we had was an informality between the three of us. So that enabled us to share our differences well, and it was taken really well amongst the team.
Brilliant. That's exactly it. I think Vidya, you want to move on to the next chart? Yeah. That's exactly it. The sense of belonging, the commonality that we have, that felt energetic, right? That felt, wow, this is interesting. We are figuring out what's common with each other. We are all foodies, and there was a lot of laughter. I was sensing a lot of lightness, recommendations ki Lucknow mein yahan jao, right? And that's a great space where we say, "Arey, ye to mere jaisa hai," right? And you can find things that are common in all of the identities that you have. There are infinite identities that you have, but in NIXI, there are special things that we have. We are here for a reason. We are here for a common purpose. We want to achieve the same thing, and we have the same goals, right? So we will strengthen that commonality. As Mr. Jain said, let's repeat, and we will repeat that, but we will also see how you link to that commonality. The second part is we are unique. We can look at it as differences that separate us. But if, as Nagendra was saying, as Anurag was saying, that we use it to, we use the commonality that we have to say we belong together. Now I'm going to take the difference and bring in the newness, the inspiration, the difference in ideas. I may not agree with you, but at least there's a different perspective. There is a maverick in our team. Let's bring them in and think how else things can be done differently. There's a smoker in our team. Let's start the conversation with them on kya galat chal raha hai team mein, batao yaar. That will bring us together. Yeah, go ahead, Jolly.
Yeah, Nitin, yeah, I have a point to make here.
Yeah,
Like
please.
everybody will, believe, everybody will agree on the point that there will be differences in the team, and everybody will have their own perspective towards anything, whether it's professional or personal in a group. So I think everybody should, the environment should be friendly. Environment should be like that they should understand each everybody's difference of opinion and respect that, and give them some breathing space, and accommodate those changes according to the group, so that everybody should be respected, and we should move in a cohesive way rather than not taking in a positive stride towards those opinions. I think that is very important, then the environment and the cohesiveness in the group, to understand those gaps.
And Jolly, thanks for making that point, because I think that's a key point, in the sense that differences, you don't have to agree with them. We are not saying you agree with them. Jolly is not saying that. Jolly is saying you respect it. That's all, which is, you are feeling different. I respect that. I don't agree with it. You respect that. We will bring in that element of differences to see, our uniqueness. So we get a sense of belonging. You don't have to accept me, and I don't have to be like you all throughout, but there is value in the difference. If one of us is calm and another is has a sense of urgency, there is value in both in NIXI, right? And I'm going to respect both of that. I'm going to try and understand that. And that requires, Jolly, as what you said, empathy, which is, I'm going to try and understand you, and I'm going to definitely respect you. There was another point about to be made. Rajiv, go ahead.
Thank you, Nitin. Give me a chance. My team is, I am a room number 2, and my team is a combination of Vipul, Dhananjay, and Prakash, and myself. There is a equal distribution in marriage and marriage. If the lighting talk is there, you are married and I am unmarried. You will get a home food, I got a hotel food. It is a different with us. Then we come with some serious discussion, and then people told that we are like to attend a social event and dislike non-veg foods. This is a major difference between us. We can discuss lightly, and it's a good talk with us.
Brilliant. And that's okay. You like non-veg, I like veg. As long as we can share it and we still respect each other, the world is not divided into non-veg flag bearers and veg flag bearers. It's fine.
But there is a different. People is strongly dislike the non-veg, and we can manage. Only that there is a food they can like and eat, and this is only one difference with us.
Oh, great. My wife is completely vegetarian, so I put non-veg slightly on the side, respecting her. She doesn't like the smell also. So that's my respect, and that maintains peace in the house. Nagendra, you had a point.
Yes, Nitinji. Actually, I'm from room number 4. I want to say that our commonality is so strong between we 3 people, so Pratik, Anurag, and myself, that it overpowers our differences. Even though we have this conflict, because our community is so strong, we say this on the face that this is you have done wrong, yeah. This is wrong. ये क्या कर रहा है तू? ये कैसे कर दिया तूने? इतने दिनों तक फाइल दबा के बैठा हुआ है. ऐसे we can say this on the face because we are so open now.
I'm completely with you, and that's science also says exactly the same thing, that if our sense of belonging is strong, we can bring in more of what we are unique about with each other, because we trust each other, right? And so what we're going to do now is build that sense of belongingness. So back to you, Vidya. I think Nagendra has put us in a right sort of platform for the next step. Go ahead.
Yes, so that's what we have heard so far is what we will build on today. We will get inspired from each other. We will embrace each other's differences. We will get curious and get, into the innovation mode with the unique aspects. And we will then, that's pretty much our journey today, that we will kind of talk about our approach, which we have just mentioned, how I am unique, but I also belong. How do we together build on our own uniqueness as well as the commonness is what the rest of the day is about. We will be talking about where we belong by bringing together the team identity that NIXI has in its vision, mission, goals, and values. We will learn about how each of us connects to each of these aspects, which is the team identity. And then we will talk about how unique we are and how do we build strengths and broaden our perspectives about appreciating each other's differences by talking on how we understand others better, how I bring all of myself, even though that may be something which I may not have shared so far and is different from others, and how do I build trust with my colleagues, my team, my peers, both up and down. That's pretty much the framework we have laid out today. Before I go ahead, I wanted to ask, we had planned the bio break a bit later, but we can do it now for 5 minutes, if that is fine. And then we can come back and continue from here till lunch. Is that a good idea?
That's a great idea. So it's 11:59 by my watch, 12:04. We can be back together. Give us a thumbs up if that's okay. 12:04. Thumbs up. Green tick. Thumbs up. Yeah, we have
some reactions.
We have thumbs up. Okay, lovely. So 12:04. We see you back here, or chat. You can let us know by chat. Thanks, Chirag, for letting us know. Fantastic. So at this time, feel free to mute yourself, turn off your video for your comfort. I'm going to do that as well. Mute yourself. And we'll catch you at 12:04.
Welcome back, everyone. As people start coming back from breaks, I'm just trying to check if everybody's kind of in. So continuing on where we were prior to the break, we will build on our commonalities and our strengths, which bring us together as team identity by talking about our vision. Vision typically means, it could actually mean a lot of things, and we would love to hear from all of you as well on how each of you connects to it in a bit. But let's read out so that all of us are able to actually word it out for ourselves. The big change NIXI wants to bring in the world is the vision. Mission is what will we achieve to keep moving forward towards the change in the long term. We will be talking about our goals as a team. How will we know that we are on track? Those are kind of our milestones to keep us on track towards our mission. And what values will we use as our strengths to meet all of these? What are our behaviors which we will continue to uphold during the entire process of walking towards our mission and holding our vision together? So let's get into it one by one.
Okay, so talking about the vision. So can we go to the next slide, please? So talking about the vision of NIXI. So what exactly is a vision? So before we actually delve into what exactly a vision is, let us try to take a look at this picture. So this picture has got the uh, the pictures of the startup members of the team of four large companies when they were just starting up. So can you just take a look at these pictures and identify which teams they are in, which companies do they represent? And I'm going to give you a hint, like these are big international conglomerations.
So if anyone knows, you can turn on your video and kind of go, I know, and we will get you in.
Yeah, or even you can chat and tap, or you can type on chat.
I think the right most corner top is TCS.
Oh,
It's
TCS.
an Indian organization.
Infosys.
Infosys.
Infosys. Oh, okay, exactly. Yeah. So the second one here is Infosys. Can anyone guess which is the first one?
First one seems to be Amazon.
Amazon?
It seems to be a pharma company. Pharma company?
No.
No.
No, not the pharma company.
Alibaba.
No, not Alibaba.
Is it Walmart, the first picture?
Third one is bottom first. Bottom first is Sony.
Bottom first is Sony? No. Okay, can you
This
guess?
is interesting. Maybe the fourth one is easier to guess.
The fourth one is easier. Like this is like a very popular picture.
To me, it reminds just the Beatles group, huh? By the way, Arvind.
Yes,
It
they
reminds us
are
of
looking
Beatles,
like
but
Beatles.
It's an ad for get a haircut.
But I think we should just go ahead, Arvind.
Okay, let's just go ahead and give you the answers. So if you can go to the next slide, please.
Steve Jobs.
Okay. So the first picture of the team was Apple when they started off.
That's Steve Jobs on the
second
extreme
was-
right, is it?
Steve Jobs, right?
Yeah, Steve Jobs on the extreme right.
In white
And then-
socks.
Yeah.
Yes, this brown
Yeah, and that was
trousers.
his-
But he is not
and that was
recognizable in this. Yes, okay.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the reasons we chose this picture.
Right.
Okay, so the second is Infosys. I mean, you can see Mr. Narayan Murthy out there. The third is YouTube. And the fourth is Microsoft. A very popular picture, but again, you know, like the founders are kind of not recognizable.
Where is Bill Gates here? Without Bill Gates, Microsoft.
I think bottom left is Bill.
Oh.
Bottom left, like, you know, like with long hair. So he looks just like a little kid.
Sky blue shirt.
So we chose the vintage pictures of these.
So yeah, we chose the vintage pictures because when Microsoft was created, Bill Gates was pretty young. So like it sometimes becomes a little difficult to correlate between the older Bill Gates and his younger counterpart. Okay, so these were the teams. So now that we know these teams and these organizations, these companies have made a very strong mark in the businesses around the world. What can you guys guess that what were their visions when they started the organizations? Any guesses? Like what was the vision of Apple? Or even if you don't know exactly what the vision is, what possibly would have been the vision of Apple when they started off the organization? Well, let's take Infosys, for example, because Infosys is an Indian company, we relate more with Infosys. So what could be the vision of Infosys when they started off? What was the impact that they wanted to make in the world when they started off the company? What was the change they wanted to make in the world?
Yeah, so I think they very well had a common goal in mind, you know. They were trying to give a solution for a specific need in the market. You know, they were very clear that they have to build something which will be helpful to the society and which will give a kind of a solution to the end customer. And they were, you know, persistently working towards that goal. And gradually that, you know, that goal was achieved, and they were able to build many products which are very much relevant to us in our day-to-day life, and they're part of our, you know, life. If you look at Google or if you look at Microsoft, so you know, everybody is touched by, you know, everybody is in touch with their products every now and then, and the entire life ecosystem is revolving around these products. So I would say they had a very clear vision of the offering they wanted to make, which will make a difference to the human society altogether. And they persistently worked on that goal to achieve finally. That was, I think, is a common thing.
Exactly. In fact, like you nailed the entire thing, that they had a very strong clarity of mind when they began. And that clarity of mind was vision. Arjun ki aankh. हमें केवल आंख ही दिखाई देनी चाहिए. So that was the kind of vision they had. That was the clarity of mind they had. Now, if we take a look at what actually their visions were, Apple's vision was to make the best products on the earth and leave the world a better place than they found it. And today, they are making like one of the best products in the world. Infosys, to be a globally respected corporation that provides best of breed business solutions, leveraging technology, delivered in best of the class people. Yeah. So this was Infosys, and they're doing that exactly. YouTube, to give everyone a voice and show them the world. And today through YouTube, everyone is seeing the world. Everyone has a voice. Everyone has got the flexibility to create their own video and put their thoughts across to a very large audience. What YouTube started with and what they have achieved. Similarly, Microsoft, to help people and businesses throughout the world realize their full potential. And today the Microsoft tools and offerings and products, they're actually helping the businesses realize their full potential. They're helping businesses do their operations successfully. So these were the visions. This was the kind of impact that they wanted to make in the world. Similarly, NIXI also has a vision, a very unique vision. Can we go to the next slide, please, Vidya?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one additional point to what you were telling, Arvind, that to get some more inspiration, most of these 4 organizations, they began very meager. They began very small. For example, Infosys began with just a capital of 10,000, which Mr. Narayan Murthy borrowed from his wife. So, but then their vision was very strong, which kept them going. So that is something I wanted to point out.
Thank you,
Arvind, this is Shahid here, and I think before moving ahead, just one small thing, and I totally agree what our Shantanu sir has told. If you see, the basic thing is they want to get rid of studies and earn money. That is the main vision behind this Microsoft and Apple and
Right. Absolutely. We can definitely relate to that. And this also reminds me of something that I wanted to also ask you, that let's say like there is an organization, a smaller organization, which does not have like a documented vision to start with. Do you think that that organization will not succeed if they don't have like a vision to start with? For instance, Tata, when they started off, they were traders. They did not have the vision that they're going to become what they are today. So anybody who wants to take a guess that if an organization, a smaller organization at a startup level or at a medium level, does not have exactly a vision in place, like can they not proceed further? Can they not grow as an organization? Or can they grow as an organization? Do they mandatorily need to have a vision?
I believe they do. The vision might change as they grow. The vision might change drastically as they grow, but at any given point of time during their transition, during their scaling up, they ought to have a defined vision. I mean, without a vision, it will be a bull running across the street directionlessly. So we ought to channel the bull somehow, right? So a vision has to be there at any given point of time, though it might change.
Exactly. Exactly. That's bang on. In fact, like that's why visions can be dynamic. You don't have to work with a static vision because the situations, the circumstances might change, which might also change the vision. But that does not stop us from having a vision and from working towards achieving it. So basically, a vision is the change that we're trying to see in the world, the change that our organization wants to bring in the world. And NIXI also has a unique vision. So can we go to the next slide, please? So this is the NIXI's vision, and it would be wonderful if one of you could read this out. Anybody?
to be the backbone of global connectivity and to empower each netizen by providing them access to an internet that is fast, stable, secure, and equal.
Exactly. So this is the vision of NIXI. Now take a couple of minutes and reflect that what does this vision as employees of NIXI mean to you? Take a minute, read this like one more time and see that, like what does this vision mean to you? Reflect on this mission. How do you connect yourself as an employee of NIXI to the mission or of the organization, to the vision of the organization?
And feel free to share on chat if somebody has already thought of it.
Exactly.
or unmute yourself and share here.
Exactly.
We would love to hear from more people as well. Uh, at least those who haven't spoken out yet. Let's hear a little bit more, some more variety of voices.
Exactly, because we want to see that how you connect with the vision of the organization. Let's say like you are a C-suite employee, how you connect with the organization. Let's say you are a technical person, how do you connect with the organization? Let's say you are in marketing, sales, or HR, how do you connect with this vision? Just read this vision and try to reflect that, what strikes you the most when you read this vision. It's a very empowering vision, I must say.
Yeah, and I think you can think about a word or a phrase that you like, or a person or that you want to change the life of, whatever comes to mind. So you can pop it over on chat or unmute and share. The floor is yours.
Dhananjay, maybe I'm taking the liberty to call you out just because you're my friend. Do you want to share your thoughts? What in this vision inspires you? You may be on mute.
Yeah, you can make the policy.
Your voice is not very clear, Dhananjay.
Dhananjay, could you check?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
To make a policy which is it's a benchmark for like most of the common employee and in the market.
Great. You thought like a true to your role, huh?
Yeah, and that's how like everyone should think. Like they should try to connect their role, like their contribution in the organization with the vision of the organization. So think about like your contribution, your role within the organization, and how would you connect to the vision, the larger vision of the organization? How will you help NIXI become the backbone of global connectivity? Okay, so
if there are any ideas on chat, let's check. There are actually.
There are actually some ideas on chat. So
Building Nation, Shantanuji says, fantastic.
Fantastic, because internet is there everywhere. Internet, digital economy is driving the country. And for being digital, we need the internet. We need connectivity. So we are actually shaping the nation. We are building the nation. Exactly. Our mission and vision is NIXI means internet. Exactly. NIXI means internet. Internet means NIXI. Exactly. So when people think about internet, they think about NIXI.
Internet should go to all the remote villages in the remote states where it is far away from our metro cities. So internet should go to each and every village.
Rural areas you can reach out.
Yeah,
exactly.
I read that, Gaurav. Right.
Exactly, last mile connectivity. So internet has to have last mile connectivity. Every last person sitting in the remotest corner of the country should be connected via internet with everyone else in the world. And that is the vision of NIXI. That's great. That's a great suggestion.
What an amazing emotional vision. Huh? I mean, if I'm traveling in the outskirts of Uttar Pradesh, right? मतलब कि गांव में ग्रामीण इलाके में then I see NIXI's impact there. That would be worth putting up in the office, like the photographs we just saw. I think NIXI की टीम की भी ऐसी फोटोग्राफ होनी चाहिए because 10 साल के बाद लोग वो फोटोग्राफ सर्च करेंगे. And maybe on our slide we will have NIXI there. We will definitely have it, and we'll ask people to guess. Yeah,
Sure.
Great.
Yeah, and Mr. Shubham Saran says that being a part of NIXI, it gives us an opportunity to showcase India's strength, its contribution, and its diversity to the world, and within India, enabling access and quality. So that was an amazing statement, isn't it?
Access and quality of internet.
Exactly. That's the quality of internet, because NIXI is now representing India, because NIXI is an Indian company. It represents India. So whenever we go outside India, like we are representing a nation, we are representing its people. So the quality of service, the quality of service delivery that NIXI is providing to the people reflects the strength of the nation as a whole. And of course, teamwork makes dream works. So say, yeah, so now that like we have got so many ideas, we have got so many ideas around vision, like how we connect to the vision, what appeals to us. So what appeals to us, now that we understand what the mission, what a mission is and what is NIXI's mission, how NIXI wants to make a change in the world. So now that we have understood that we want to make a change in the world, what is the change that we want to make in the world? Now we have to figure out how we are going to go about achieving those changes. And that is our mission. Can we go to the next slide, please? Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, we have already covered this. So NIXI has a set of 11 mission objectives. So now we're going to do a little bit of a fun activity. So like you guys might remember that when we were kids, like we used to do like a mix and match. Like we used to find out that, mix column A and column B. So these are like the 11 missions, like the 5 are on this slide, the 6 are on the subsequent slide. So let's try to match like the column A, the column on the right, on the left hand side to the column on the right hand side to come up with the mission pointer. So let's say most trusted internet exchange. Try to connect it with the right hand side column.
Across the world.
Exactly. Most trusted internet exchange across the world. Number 1 partner.
International domain name.
International domain.
Number 1 partner for international and domestic ISPs?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Number 1 partner for international and domestic ISPs. That is the mission of NIXI.
So 2 goes with C. Yeah.
Okay. So to make India significant.
Network connect security. D.
I think E. Make India significant across the world? No, maybe that's already been taken, right?
Think about it.
Significant contributor to international internet policy.
Exactly.
It should be E. It should be E.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
I can map 4 and 5, so only this one is left for third.
Okay.
The formula we used.
Okay. So what?
Yes,
So what is for 4?
Sorry, we didn't solve. Okay.
4 and 5. Let's do 4 and 5 quickly.
Most preferred international domain and to be
Yes, to be a leader in network security. 4 is A, 5 is D.
Okay. Exactly. Now let's try to connect the other 6 as well. To have 100 million. To have over 100 million.
Dot in domains.
Across APEC.
Hey, to over 100 million .in domains.
Dot in domains.
6 is D. 6 with G.
G.
Exactly. So 6 is with G. To have over 100 million .in domains. Number 7. To be the most reliable affiliate partner.
And let's hear from some new people.
Cross-functional. I think if Rajiv is talking, so IRNT, okay. If the person who belongs to that particular function should not talk about that, because 100 million is known to Rajiv, so, and same goes for IRN also.
Yes, sir, right.
Okay, so to become the most reliable affiliate partner
in APEC.
Exactly, across Asia Pacific. To be India's flag bearer at.
It's I, International Internet Forums and Organizations.
Exactly. To become the largest infrastructure provider.
H. In APEC.
In APEC.
Exactly. To become the largest infrastructure provider in Asia Pacific. To be amongst the
Top 100 companies in India. K.
Exactly. to be amongst the top 100 companies in India and to become the industry's
Most
preferred employer.
Most preferred employer.
Exactly, to become the industry's most
preferred
preferred employer. So, Vidya, can we go to the next slide?
Amazing.
So these are the NIXI's 11 missions, and I'm so glad, I'm so happy everyone identifies with this mission. So, and there is something, and in these like mission bullets, there is something for everyone. There is something for every team to connect with. There is something for sales, there is something for technology, there is something for HR, there is something for marketing, there is something for like the NOC group. There is something for everyone. And that's exactly how we define the mission statement. And these are the missions that NIXI is going to be achieving over the next few years. So can we go to the next slide?
So here I just want to take a few seconds and ask each of you to imagine we are 10 years down. You have achieved almost all of the 11 mission statements. I want every one of you, and when I say everyone, I really request all of you to switch on your video, unmute yourself, even if it is for just 15 seconds, and give me a hurrah on the mic as loudly as you can to feel the joy you will when you would have achieved this mission. At the count of 3, okay? Let's all unmute ourselves. Let's all switch on our videos for 15 seconds and let's say hurrah at the top of our voice. I would actually be measuring it on a decibel meter to see. Okay, so at the count of 3, I know the people in the family house around may feel what exactly are you up to, but let's give them a surprise. At the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hurrah!
Fantastic. It was lovely to hear the kids also in the background, but abhi itni आवाज नहीं आई.
विद्या ये तो साइकिल में हवा नहीं है.
लग रहा है. So one more chance. I want to hear it like near my door and window. Okay. At the count of 3 again. 1, 2, 3. It was better. It was better. हवा भर गई है, but अभी gear change नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा better हो गया. But fantastic to hear more people. And fantastic to do this activity. I thought that not everybody at NIXI would actually be able to do the match the following, and that's absolutely fine. But the more we see our mission in front of our eyes in more number of ways, the more we retain it. Like Mr. Jain also told, it's to remind us, it's a constant reminder. So that was an exercise to kind of connect us to our mission.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a journey. This is a journey, an organizational journey that we have embarked on. And whenever we embark on a journey, it's always very good. It is always very advisable that we remember the missions on which we have embarked on. So like the more we see these mission statements, the more energized and more confident we will be.
Yeah. So now we move on
Negi,
from, yeah, sorry.
I could see Negi has raised his hand.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out, Shubham. Mr. Negi, over to you. You wanted to share something?
So actually, this was raised before, not now, man.
Okay. That's okay. I mean, yeah, that happens. But if any thoughts are there, anybody wants to share how you felt while imagining the connection with meeting all the mission NIXI has set out for, feel free to unmute and share. Before we move forward, I'll give 2 seconds.
I think we will do that exercise now, right, Vidya? So the idea is we are increasing belongingness. We've talked about vision. We've talked about the mission. Now we'll talk about how will we contribute to that mission. So I think the short-term goals exercise will bring that link. Go ahead, Vidya.
Yeah. I'll just, so like Nitin said, the goals are something which help us keep us on track. Now imagine that we have to meet all our goals, and we meet all our mission. It will only happen when all of us can actually have our goals identified for individuals, for ourselves. So I'm just sharing my screen. What I want you to do is and don't worry about making it perfect. Take a couple of minutes to write against your name. We have just written down the 11 mission statements. At least identify 3 or 4 of the mission statements in which you will be able to write down your own goal. What will you do in the next 1 to 3 years to get to that mission or the goal which is defined? To give an example, I have written down here like a trial, here just to give an idea that to become the leader in network connectivity, I will do this. All of you have access to this link. I'm also pinging this link in the chat.
Yeah. As Vidya is doing that here, I would like some direction with the, from our leadership, Hannah, that what is the right time period to consider? It depends on how the organization is thinking about time. So some organizations think 1 year, some organizations think 6 months, some organizations think 3 months. And I think the value of this exercise is for us to get into that mode that we are thinking 6 months, for example. So can, Shantanu, Shubham, Jolly, can you just jump in and share what should be this time period that we should consider?
And in case somebody has missed, I have pinged the URL you all need to get into. I already see some people in, but more need to get in. Over to you, Shantanu ji, Shubham ji, and not Nitin, to share ideas. What is the time period we should consider?
Should we think about how we contribute over the next 6 months, next 3 months? What would be the most value for the team?
If I have to say, then as a team, these mission goals which have been defined, we have defined it for next 5 years. But we can't wait for the 5 years, like we can't go year by to achieve this. So we need to define it, the plan, the strategy around it right now within this year, which we have done to an extent. So 3 months is the maximum time which you can think of while devising the plan for the next 5 years.
Understood. So 3 months. And therefore, for us to think about this better, Vidya, should we do that step that these are 5-year goals, right? Leader in network connectivity, 5 years we will be there. What does it mean, right? What's our goal, short-term goal in leader in network connectivity over the next 3 months? And then I would like us to think individually on how we can contribute over the next 3 months to get there. So I think that step we should take so that people, all of us, become clear about how we can contribute. You see what I mean, Vidya?
Yeah.
So let's all come up with one short-term goal. What will leader in network connectivity look like for NIXI as a whole over the next 3 months? So maybe add another column. That's perfect. Add another row above. Yeah. And let's go step by step. So the question is not individual, as NIXI, leader in network connectivity. What will tell us that we are on track over the next 3 months? What have we achieved in the next 3 months that will tell us we are on track to be leader in network connectivity? It may be we've achieved 5 accounts. It may be that we have developed a certain technology. What is it that we've achieved? And this is group, all of us thinking so that we write down one statement here. Leader in network connectivity, what does that mean in the next 3 months?
Yeah. All of you do have edit rights, by the way.
Yeah. So, let me just check here. Shubham, Shantanu, was I clear about the question?
Yeah.
Nitinji, yes, actually I had raised my hand also.
Anji,
What
please.
happened, because this 5 years plan, has been shared with all our team members in terms of numbers, and couple of days back we have also transferred it to the numbers. So apart from the physical quantity which has been shared with all the team members, so they can make this plan based on those numbers.
Got it.
Like you said, that 100 numbers of accounts should be there, or 200 numbers of there for all the teams. It has been shared. So if anyone would like to have access to that mail or something, they can access through their mails. It was mailed from Mr. Dhananjay to all the staff members, or Mr. Nitin, I guess.
Brilliant. And Shantanu, just a quick check. What will be the most efficient thing? Would some of us be able to open this email and tell us verbally what it is, so that we can just keep noting it down here for the benefit of?
Yes.
Yeah?
See,
Okay,
it
great.
can be shared on the screen also, if you
Please,
give me the right.
please. Yeah.
So I'll stop sharing.
Yeah. And the idea of this exercise is so that all of us know next 3 months or whatever is the time period, what are we going to get to? And then the next step in the exercise is how am I individually contributing to that? And the reason why we are doing this exercise is that we may not be clear in the short term, what are we trying to achieve? It just clarifies that. If we are clear, fantastic. If we are not, it'll just clarify that. The second thing is you can, and the important part is you can start to see how you are contributing. Why are we doing that? You're coming to work with NIXI. We have a great vision. We talked about that. We have a great mission, set of 11 missions. We talked about that. Now, to increase your sense of belongingness, how are you contributing? That's the key thing in our belonging section. So that's how it all links up, if that makes it clear.
Is my screen visible to all?
Very clear.
Yeah. So this is the mission and vision. Little bit changed from the last one, which was shared by Dhananjay to you.
Great. So. Yep. And this is a sign, a growing company will evolve it very quickly. This is this is a clear sign.
Yeah.
So this has been this has further changed. We have recently done an exercise wherein all these 11 points have again been changed. So
it was 100 companies, NIXI to be among 100 top 100 company, but here it is written to 100.
Yeah, when we have seen the numbers of the top 100 company, then we feel that we won't be able to achieve those numbers in next 5 years. So then it has been changed. But Shubham has rightly said that again it has been discussed with our ministry also, and they have asked for some changes. So maybe final one will be shared lately, not now, but prior to that, this was the thing which has been shared with the board also.
I'm with you completely. And the bottom line is, there is a part of us that will say, let's have this standard and not change for all time. But the reality is we have to increase that part of us, which Mr. Jain was talking about, fixed mindset, growth mindset hona chahiye. That change will come, and given the space that NIXI is in, change will come every day. So we will accept it. I think the idea out here broadly is how are we contributing to each of the elements. So let's take the main elements to be amongst the top 200 companies. Great.
Yeah.
You want to carry on? Actually, you want to refer to another slide?
No.
Top 200 company, leader in Asia. Vidya, Excel sheet. Haan ji, bataye. Sure.
If the current draft can be shared, because it will make sense that if we share the latest version, it is yet not been finalized at the ministry level, but this is something which internally we have brainstormed and finalized. If that can be shared for the
actually why I shared this one, to share the numbers with others,
So numbers can be
So,
shared, yes.
yes.
So then we can come back again to the mission part and the vision part.
Correct.
But yes, the numbers remain sacrosanct, so that can be shared. Yes.
So this is the numbers of the internet exchange for 5 years plan.
Right.
So
Traffic becomes.
Yeah.
So should I take the number of 200 right now in the short term?
Yeah, 2021 is gone. So
It's gone. 300. Sorry. Yeah.
21, 22.
21, 22. So in our traffic is 300 in 300 Gbps. Great. New members is 20. Is 20. Great.
If we talk about the last year numbers, against 200 we achieved 250, and 15 was also 9 and 8. 23 against 15 we achieved 23.
23. We've already exceeded. So इस target को बढ़ा देते हैं अभी, and let's have a placeholder target 30 रख लेते हैं as a direction. Do you agree, Shubham, Shantanu?
Yes.
As a placeholder, it's 30.
No.
And then GBPS, you wanted 3. Just to extend, what will you keep? 300. 250 तो हो ही गया. 350.
In fact, it is 265.
Now today is 265. Yeah. So let us.
So we are not committing to the target. That is a different process. So for all of us.
Right. So
just to be clear,
let's not be a target setting.
This is not a target setting exercise. This is simply saying अगर 350 या किसी भी number तक पहुंचना है, मैं कैसे contribute कर रहा हूं उसके लिए. That's what it is. So a placeholder number for now. We don't want it to be हम कैसे achieve करें. That part will come.
So let us go to the next slide.
Yep, let's go ahead.
This is the IRIN. Sorry, this is the .in.
.in, yeah. There was something around 75% market share. I read.
Yeah, in India. So
in India, 4 million. 4 million is great. Okay, we have 4 million
by 21, 22.
21, 22. Great. 4 million, 21, 22. Vidya, note kar liya? 21, 22, 4 million on Google.
No, I'm just noting it here. I'll just make the change.
Yep. 4 million. Great. Okay. Yeah, let's carry on.
And IDN is also there. That is 0.5 million.
Yeah. So we can just put in a single number 4.5 right now. Bracket IN plus IDN. Yeah.
So this is the IRIN 5-year plan.
Affiliates 4,000. Great. Yeah.
So that's it. And new business is also there. So we'll come back on that later on, right?
I'm with you. And this is great. Let's focus on the ones that we have numbers for. Vidya, you want to open your Google sheet so we make sure that we have the right numbers in.
So
I'm just sharing, and I'll perhaps need a little help in updating. It's just in the process.
Okay, so goal 5 ke niche 4.5. Yeah, that's perfect. Top 100 companies mein aapne top 200 dala hai. I think that was for next year. For this year, it is. Did I get that number 30 right?
Goal 10 would be top 200 tech companies in India.
Yeah, top 200 tech companies in India.
Tech companies in India.
Tech. Got it.
It has been changed in the new one that it should be top
Right.
200 tech company.
Top
Right,
200
there
tech.
was something on .in which I did the change in. What else was there?
So guide us one by one in the next year, 21, 22.
Yeah,
Leader in network connectivity means what number? Or wherever we have the number for.
This is for what? This is for
The leader in network connectivity.
network connectivity. I'll tell you the numbers.
ठीक है. आप ऐसा करें. शांतनु शुभम, जो भी whichever mission we have the number for, वो आप बता दें हमें verbally. We'll just note the short-term goal down.
Yeah. Absolutely. For the traffic in GBPS in internet exchange is for 21-22 traffic in GBPS is 300 GBPS.
Would it be here, most trusted internet exchange? Or is that a new goal which I should just create? It will fit in here, right? Because does that map to making it the most trusted?
No,
internet
in D, goal 3.
Okay.
Goal 3.
Partner for international domestic ISP.
Yeah. What was it again, please?
300 Gbps. Great. Okay. All right. Affiliates का कहाँ पे आएगा?
Most reliable affiliate partner.
6 में.
6 में. So that's 4,000.
Yes.
Iron. That's 4,000. And new members goes to, we just have a placeholder number 30. Which goal will that come under?
Second.
Or is it goal 2? Goal 2 is 30.
How's that supposed to be articulated?
Number of new members.
30 members.
Number of new 30 members.
30
new members.
30 new members. Sahi baat.
Okay.
30 new members. ठीक है. And am I recognizing goal 11 for industry's most preferred employer? We may not have a short-term goal here. है ना?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just as leadership, if we, again, placeholder, this is not something which we are saying is cast in stone. What is the goal that we might have as industry's most preferred employer?
Maybe in the tech or some category you want to.
It may be an award that we win. It may be our own internal survey says that everyone's, growing and satisfied. So
can be some of the achievement awards by the industry experts as well,
right.
Like different awards for the best employer of the year and
great.
Forward, some other prestigious organizations are there.
Brilliant. So let's put that we win an award for best employer. Fantastic.
And another practical one would be zero attrition.
Great one. Zero attrition. Yeah. Let's put that in.
And I think the internal survey should also, could be conducted so as to have that sense of from each employee that how do they feel about the organization and how comfortable they are and how what are their thoughts on this.
Yeah, some organizations use also the net promoter score. How much will you promote this organization externally for people to join? So yeah, we can define the figure. That's not important here, but an employee survey on satisfaction, I think that's a great one. Okay. We can also remove some of these missions based on your latest thinking. So anything that we want to remove, let us know. Goal 1, leader in network connectivity. Is there something specific we want to say, or we want to leave it like this in short term?
In fact, 1, 2, and 3 are like kind of interdependent. So in a way, if we are covering, if we are able to mention 2 data points in 2, 1 will be left out for sure, or it could be a common. We can again mention a consolidated one. 30 new members and 300 Gbps both in goal number 1 also.
समझ गया. So इसमें Vidya, I don't know whether you can do it, but cut out leader in network connectivity and just put it on top of most trusted internet exchange and number 1 partner for domestic and international ISPs. That's what you meant, right, Shubham?
Yeah.
Got it. Merge kar dijiye cell. Great. Okay, perfect. We'll format the sheet later on. That's not a problem. Goal 4, become the most preferred international domain. Is that linked to goal 5?
That's linked to goal 5. But when we are talking about that 75% market share, we can talk about the market share over here. But there's.
I understand. I think that fully agree. Preferred means market share.
Because 5 years down the line, we are saying, yeah, preferred is the market share we are talking about. Yes. So not
See,
75%, it can't be 75% in this year, because we are talking about 1 year goal. So it can't be
Very
75
right.
year.
Very right.
We are currently at 30%, around what, 35%? We can, right? That would be good.
35% market share. This is saying we are on track for 75%. So 35% if we get, we will feel confident we are on track. Okay, great. That's clear. Most reliable affiliate partner we've covered. Largest infrastructure internet provider in APAC. Is that linked to goal 2, 3?
Somewhere it is linked to goal 6.
Goal 6. Most reliable
Most
affiliate
reliable
partner. Yeah.
Infrastructure internet provider in APAC.
But a reliable goal 6 seems to be an outcome. Goal 7 needs to be seems like an input. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
So let's leave it as this. If there is a measure that we have, great. Otherwise, we can leave it as this. Anna? Goal 8 is India's significant contributor to international internet policy. What have we done in the next year that will say that, okay, we are starting to move in this direction?
See, I'll tell you this because, yes, Shubham, carry on.
No, you carry on.
See, as of now, what NIXI wants that most of the people from India should represent our country to the international internet bodies, right? So as of now, from NIXI, 6 people are there. So we want this, at least in every international board, one person from the country should be there. Maybe NIXI and maybe not from NIXI, but at least a country, at least a person from the country should represent all those boards.
Okay, I'm with you. So short-term goal, one person in all major boards, in the top 5 major boards. Can I just say that? I know the number is random, but maybe you can give us a better number.
Yeah, at least top 5 would include the ICANN, So ICANN is the dream of every internet netizens.
Got it. We have a member in the board of top 5 international forums. Great. Perfect. And then we've covered the rest. Largest infrastructure provider in the short-term goal, we've significantly upgraded our infrastructure. Is the interpretation. Okay.
Nitinji, I just want to add in goal number 9 because this top 5 I think has been achieved by NIXI. So not top 5, but at least in 5. So let us put in additional what we can put over here. So let us have top 5 numbers in the next 5 boards.
Got it. So you want 5 major boards and you want additional 5. Did I get that right?
Actually, what I'm trying to say that top 5 NIXI has achieved. Maybe not top 5, but at least in 5 major boards NIXI are there.
Understood.
So you can say that apart from the existing, so we should target for next 5 boards again. Maybe in the top 10.
So target additional 5. So Vidya, the phrase is target additional 5 in bracket in top 10 boards. Yeah. Great. Nitin is saying every single bit of international traffic should pass one of NIXI POP. And does that, Nitin, is that a 5-year goal? And does 75% allow us to think that we are on track, or 35%, sorry, in the next 1 year? Or have I misunderstood you, Nitin? I think Nitin may be on mute.
Yes, sorry.
We have put 35% of market share in international domain. Where would this fit in your statement? Every single bit of international traffic should pass one of NIXI POP. POP.
Become the most preferred international domain, you're saying, right?
No, actually that statement is from Mr. Nitin Sharma, not from Nitin Jolly.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't clarify. Yeah. So, Mr. Sharma, would you like to just jump in here?
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to say that right now our policy is limited to our Indian ISPs and Indian content provider only. We must focus, if we want to be a global leader, if we want to be a global tech company, we have to open our doors for international ISPs and international ASN orders as well, not limited to Indian companies. That's what I want to say.
Got it. And does any of the 11 missions or now 10 missions, does it cover that aspect?
It's a kind of policy change, not a it's covering all the things. If we open our doors for international ISPs, internet content providers, international telcos, then we can achieve those things. Top 100 companies or top 200 companies, most reliable partner in the exchanging traffic.
Nitin Sharma, just to clarify anything on this, we are already open. So like, I don't know whether you know or not, but Akamai, Netflix, Zenlayer, Wangsu, all these organizations, they don't have the Indian entity. So these are international entities with their international ASN numbers. They are part of Internet Exchange now. So it's already open. So now once we open our network, Internet Exchange for the international players, now we have it's a kind of open for everyone now.
So these are only content providers, not our telcos.
So ISPs we are not open. ISP we are still having a restrictive policy that
maybe these content providers having their infrastructure in Mumbai, or maybe are not there. They are bringing content from outside to India. They are providing regional contents. They are exchanging regional traffics only.
Right. So that's how they operate. So if Netflix is operating in Malaysia, they will be popularizing only the Malaysian content unless the other population is consuming any other region or any other geography content. So in India, definitely yes, Netflix, Akamai, or Amazon, they push the more of the Indian content because it's being consumed. The eyeballs are for that only.
So we are only limited to Indian content. I am talking about when you are talking about Asia Pacific, then we have to exchange the international traffic as well.
Right. So bringing in the international ISPs, definitely that will help. Yes.
So there is a sense, and that's fine. You know, again, we talked about evolving, right? So there's a sense, are we global enough in our aspiration here? Or are we looking at 5 years and focusing on a certain region or a certain market? What I'm going to do is just park that as a question, and then that is something that we come back to at a later time. Nitin Sharma, does that sound fair?
Yes, sir, I want to say we have aspirations. We have global aspirations, but we don't have global policies.
Understood. And as we go through the rest of the day, there will be some of these open questions that come up, and we will recognize that and just park it and share that back with NIXI. So that's something to think about. I think just a great example, the sense of belonging. We will have a certain aspect that we can cover, a certain aspect which remains open, and it's worthwhile discussing that. So we recognize that. We will just park that question. So can I just draw your attention, Vidya, can you just merge the 30 new members 300 Gbps column with the next column? Yeah, perfect. So just look at and do the same for goal 8 and 9.
I think a point from my side.
Hanji.
For goal 2. So herein we also have to mention the content delivery networks like
Akamai is there, Amazon, Google, Netflix. So all these players are around 9 to 10 CDNs are already connected with us. So definitely, we'll be connecting more CDNs in the coming days. So probably we can put the number for CDNs as well, along with the 30 new members, which will include ISPs as well as content delivery networks.
Yeah. Got it. So just add, Vidya, just add here CDNs.
So content delivery networks.
Content delivery network, CDN plus. We have to add to that.
Probably we can mention around 10 if you're taking a target of 1 year.
10.
So I think 10 would be a good number.
10 CDNs. And can you just add a column so that we don't lose Nitin Sharma's point on how can we, in what other ways can we go global? Just right at the end, Vidya, not at the first thing. Yeah. Because how can we consider global policy, he said. So how can we strengthen global policy? Global policy strengthening. Yeah. Okay, great. So that'll be a working column for later on that we get to. So if you look at row 5 on the sheet, if you just want to expand this a little bit, enlarge it a little bit, row 5 on this sheet, these are our 1-year goals, right? The exercise that we will do now is how will you individually contribute to each of these goals? Now, just as an example, if I am working in HR and I'm looking at goals on 4 million domains, right? I may scratch my head and say, no, I don't immediately contribute to 4 million domains, but I do, right? What is the way HR can contribute to 4 million domains? I can think about the team that is engaged on this and make sure they have the right skills. I can look at the team that's engaged on this. Do they have the right resources, right? And do they need to recruit someone? So I can add those goals, even if I'm not directly responsible for that goal, I'm an enabler, yeah? So each one of us, I believe, has a role to play on each one of these goals, right? Let's just take a moment to think about how we play that role and just add in one thought on how you can contribute, And if nothing comes to mind, this is the team which needs to achieve this. I will bring them a free cup of coffee every morning or something like that, It's a joke, but what I mean to say is that let's stretch ourselves, see how each one of us can contribute to each one of these goals. Shubham, Shantanu, is this, does the exercise make sense?
It makes sense at an individual level.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So I still see only 16 viewers here. I wanted to ask the other people in the room if they are able to access this, if they have the URL. If not, I will request Arvind. I can't see the chat box here. I'll have to touch the back. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll see the chat box, and in case.
Yeah.
Now, can I just check on time, Vidya? So, as we are doing this exercise, what time were you planning to break for lunch? Because one option we have is that if we have the permission of everyone, it can be a working lunch, videos off, audio off. You can eat, but while you're eating, you can just key in your thoughts on the Excel sheet, just so that we have everyone's view. And Vidya and Arvind can sort out whoever has a connectivity issue. Vidya, does that sit well with your flow? Then I'll get.
Yeah, so this is a crucial activity, and hence it will be good to at least for the identified next 1 year goals. If every single individual can key in what they think they can do to contribute to this in the next 1 year, this sheet is going to be something which will be shared back with NIXI. And will be, it can evolve, yes, but will be a way for every single person in the room to connect. And we had planned within an hour's lunch break. We can kind of keep it 1 hour if it's a working lunch, starting in the next couple of minutes. But if, and in the meantime, I'll just, like you said, get sorted on the sheet availability to everybody. I just want to hear from everyone. Is the task clear? All of you have edit rights on the sheet. Some of you can see there are people who have already keyed in. I'll ping the URL again. All of you need to get into the sheet against your name. Read the 1 year goal, this one, and key in what will you do to contribute.
Yeah. And can I add another support here, which is Shubham Shantanu, your direction. Does everyone in the organization know, if I don't know how I can contribute to a goal, do I know who I can call to find out the answer?
Yes, if someone is lost, if he's not having that visibility, then yes, I'm sure they know that whom to reach out to. If there's no one whom they can relate to or don't have that comfort level, then they can go to CEO sir.
Got it. So this is the task then. Think about how you can contribute to the goal. If you are not sure about how you can contribute, mention it in chat. We will all monitor our chat messages. So if I don't know how I'm going to contribute to 10 CDNs plus, right? I'm going to mention that in chat. I don't know how I can contribute to 10 CDNs plus. Let whoever is able to guide reply back on chat and say, you can call me, and then pick up the phone in your working lunch, have a conversation. How can I contribute? Let them give you some ideas, and then you can jump in here and put that onto an Excel sheet. Give me a green tick if that is clear, or mention in chat yes if the exercise is clear. For green ticks, I'd like to see all actually. This is an important exercise, so if I'm not clear, just feel free to let me know. I won't feel upset. I get that from my parents all the time. You're not clear. Say that again. 9, 10 ticks. Great. All right. Thumbs up. One of us is saying, just move on. Let's get going. Okay. I'm with you. Anyone not clear, just pop it in. Thanks, Jolly, for letting us know on chat. So great. I think we would like to see all the cells filled in. If you're not sure, let us know on chat. One of us is going to jump in and say, call me. Let's have a quick chat. Yeah. Vidya, what time are you giving us for this working lunch?
So we are at 1:15, 1:14 actually. And we can take an hour, but I will, let's keep 45 minutes, come back, because then that helps us also voice and discuss. So we are at 1:15, 45 would mean 2 p.m.
2 p.m. we are back with you. Perfect. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to pause my share because I'm unable to see the chat window, but I'll just ping the URL in chat and I'm here.
So once we are back at 2 p.m., this sheet should be filled up by
Filled up, yes. We want to see this sheet majorly filled up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And if anybody is facing a challenge, please call out either me, I'll ping my number, or somebody, or maybe Gaurav. His number is there in your emails and invites. One of us will help you. Gaurav, sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, but you're banking a lot on him.
No problem, ma'am. Always welcome.
Thank you.
All right, guys. So for your comfort, video off, audio mute if you wish. Have a good lunch. Catch you at 2 o'clock.
I'm still unmuted. I wanted to check anybody facing an issue with the URL. I'll just ping the URL again. Access this Google Sheet by clicking on this. because I still see very few people on the sheet. And once you have entered, find your name, read what is there in row 5 in the goal for next 1 year.
Oh, Vidya, it looks like you're muted. Vidya, hi. It looks like you're
Oh,
muted.
sorry. Yeah, I was just saying, thanks for pointing out that thing. I was just saying that the Google URL, Google document URL has been pinged, this spreadsheets URL. Everybody needs to access it. In case there are issues, call Gaurav or me. And you need to find your name on the sheet against that name for this 1 year goal. What will you, and this is the long-term 5-year goal, what will you do for the next 1 year to contribute to this? You already
Hello.
see some of your colleagues' entries. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I was using my application on my mobile. So, but when I am logged into my laptop, I cannot see that link. Can you send once again?
Yeah, I'll just ping you that. Nitin, I see your ping. Okay, so you are the one who spoke just now. Thank you.
I have to log out from my mobile, or I can join from either from the mobile, both from the mobile and the laptop.
It will be easier for you on the laptop, I feel, if you're able to update the entries into the Excel sheet, Ajit, using your phone, then feel free to do that. I don't know how comfortable you are with that.
No, then
You can stay logged in via the phone while you log in from your laptop as well.
But I'm not getting that link, ma'am. How can I get that link?
Which link? The document link?
Dots, yeah.
I'll just mail it across to you, all of you.
Yeah,
Okay?
please, ma'am. Please.
Yeah,
Please, ma'am.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because the chat window opens up fresh when you log in on a new place. So you can ping it on chat also, Vidya.
I actually pinged that on chat a couple of times now, Nitin.
Yeah, but if
yeah.
if I log in after you've pinged, then I don't see it.
Yes, I
So
understand.
just share it on chat again.
Yeah, Gaurav, can I request you to email everyone the URL?
Absolutely, ma'am. I'm sharing it with everyone over email.
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah, we are breaking for lunch, Gaurav, and we come back and we need at least 45 1 hour more, and then the next section will start. Just so we all
Ma'am,
know.
I have one question. Nitin
Yes.
Sharma, this side.
Yes,
Ma'am,
Nitin.
actually, I belong to iron department,
Yes.
and the most trusted internet exchange across the world, ma'am, it belongs to Exchange Point, IX division.
Okay. But so are you saying that the most trusted internet exchange is not something you can technically do? But will there be anything on the number one partner, on the 30 new members, 300 Gbps?
30 new member, ma'am, it's a kind of thing like I have to ask ISPs that join our
Yes.
Exchange Point.
So that will be the.
Actually, I'm not getting what.
So Nitin, if I can just.
Yes, please. Yes, that will be
Nitin,
better.
as you rightly said, that being part of the iron team, you interact with lot many ISPs, and you make them as an affiliate. So that is the help which iron team can do, can extend that help and support to the exchange team. That as and when a new ISP come on board, you share that data with them. And while interacting with them, you can also try to convince, because you have that background, you have that technical expertise with you, that you can interact with these ISPs and can initiate the discussion and convince them for peering at internet exchange. That is the contribution you can do. So that's my understanding.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Shubham.
That's a great example and great question. Yeah, go ahead. I was going to expand on that, but go ahead. Ask your question. That's more important. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, ma'am, what about the accounts people? I mean, they do back-end job, and how would they contribute? I mean, if somebody is not contributing, somebody cannot mention his or her contribution. How do I mention my contribution towards this mission of
Negi, I have understood your question. Let me tell you that finance is a support team, right?
Yeah.
So as a support team, you should support the other team members. They are your internal customer and they should be happy with you. You should help them by make them understanding how the financials nitty-gritty should be there. And apart from that, you should, align with the other finance department, ask them what are the, problem, if any, they are facing with our finance department or something. Reconciliation issues are also there. So you can speak with them. You can be aligned with the entire team and give them support, right?
Okay.
And just to add to that, Negi, you have been interacting with all the Internet Exchange members. You have been interacting with all the registrars also. So your particular role is very critical. You have to just ensure that the entire support is being given whenever there is a financial related query or any issues. You are the point of contact. So your role is very critical.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, these are great examples. It exactly talks about why this exercise is useful and great in your team. It could be a process, it could be an approach, it could be how your team is coming together, having fun during this time of us working virtually. It may not be directly linked to an achievement of a target, but if there is something that you are doing which another team could be helped by, feel free to add that in as well. So any support that you can give to someone else achieving their goals, that's the whole idea here. So thanks, Shubham and Shantanu, for giving those particular specific examples. That's really helpful.
Yeah, like enabling and coaching someone on something or helping somebody with something can also be, of course, you will have to be a bit more specific, but that can be a way to contribute to the group.
So I think the mindset of the room now is, if you have a question, ask. If you want to go for having lunch, it's informal. You can feel free to get off your seat if you wish. Vidya, you got your lunch nearby?
I'll just go and fetch it, Nitin.
Okay, you go fetch it. I'll hold fort, and then once you get it, I'll go and get mine.
And me and Arvind will do that. Please get it.
All right. Okay. Okay. Perfect.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you have to save this Excel sheet, or it is
This
getting?
is an auto save. This is an auto save thing. It's a Google document. It saves.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Nitinji, have a great lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Shafin. Same to you.
Same to you.
Yeah.
And everyone. Yeah.
Those of you who have come back, I've just marked my green tick. Those of you who have come back, just mark your green tick to indicate that you're back. I hope everyone managed to grab a bite. Okay, I was told by somebody not to call that grabbing a bite. Had your lunch. So welcome back. Those of you who are back, give us a green tick to indicate you're back. I'm just sharing my screen again to see that we have started getting a lot of good entries. Still blank for many. Okay, just checking in. How many of us are back? I see only very few green ticks, so I just wanted to make sure that I hear you if I can't see the green tick.
Yes, ma'am, I am back.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Nitin.
Ajit, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank
hi,
you,
I'm
Ajit.
back. Supratik here.
Hi, Supratik. Good to have
Rajiv
you
here.
back. Yes, Rajiv. Thank you.
Hi, Dhananjay.
Hi, Dhananjay.
Hey Vidya, I'm back. This is Shai.
Thank you. Thank you for confirming that.
Hi, ma'am, I'm back. This is Piyush.
Fantastic. Vipul,
Ma'am,
Piyush.
Vipul. Yeah.
Thank you for confirming that. So thank you, Nagendra ji, for confirming. We wanted to so this is primarily also, as we see that while people are trying to fill in what they can, there are, I think, still some open areas or queries or doubts on some of these goals, on what they could do or what it means to them. What we thought we could do additionally to clarify as this goes, this doesn't have to be put a full stop at today. This will be perhaps an ongoing working sheet which we will hand over to NIXI post this workshop, and we can always reconvene when we need to. What we could do is find out who can be a guide or a champion for each of these one-year goals within the NIXI organizations, and and have them as the guide who could clarify doubts or answer queries, if any, for these goals. So is Shantanu and Shubham, are Shantanu and Shubham back?
Yes, yes, I'm back. I'm
Yes.
sure.
Fantastic. So can you guide us on who could be the champions or the guides for these goals, Shantanu and Shubham? So I'll perhaps write their names here, and then people would know that they can reach out to them for this specific goal. I know perhaps what I have to do here, but I don't know what it means to me here, like that. Is that a fair ask?
So for goal 2 and 3, we don't have Abhishek Gautam, who's the manager. He's the one who's missing. But ideally, he should be the champion for this.
Okay, so goal 2 and 3, and that's fine if he's not here.
Yeah.
Perhaps one of us,
Can we
one
have?
of you.
Can we
Yeah.
have two?
Yeah, why not? We can have to. The more the better. Whoever can help people understand what this goal means and what one could do in their role.
So Abhishek Gautam and then Nitin Jolly.
Fantastic. Thank you for volunteering, Nitin. And for this one, become the most preferred international domain.
So 4 and 5 again, Rajiv Kumar and Nitin Jolly.
Okay, fantastic. For over 100 million IAM
4
domains.
and 5 both combined. 4 and 5 the way we did in 2 and 3. 4 and 5 combined.
Okay. Okay. What about this one? 4,000 IRIN most reliable affiliate partner for the long term, and 4,000 IRIN.
It has to be Abhishek Mishra.
Okay. Is Abhishek in the call today?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Abhishek, you're comfortable being the guide and clarifying. I don't know what we did about this one. Are we largest infrastructure internet provider in APAN? Does this still remain on the long-term agenda?
So in a way, this is again overlapping with 6 only. Because internet provider, we cannot be infrastructure internet provider in APAC.
Okay, so will it be fair to club then?
Yeah.
Okay. For this one, one person in the top 5 major brands, boards, sorry.
I think for here you can put the name of Shubham and Shantanu both.
Okay, top 200 tech companies, to be in the top 200 tech companies.
Again, name of Shubham and Shantanu only can be here.
Okay. And winning awards for being the most preferred. I think this anyway, I think everybody should be able to relate, but let's still keep a champion.
Late Shahid Hashmi and Dhananjay look after this.
Okay. Okay. So, so those of you who have just come back and don't know what's happening, there was also an open point on strengthen global policies. Nitin, can I put your name here? Jolly? Or was it somebody else?
For which section?
There is one which is mentioned here, which we added actually, strengthen global policies.
I think
was Nitin Sharma.
Okay, okay. Okay, what we need to be able to do is, and this activity has to perhaps continue beyond today as well. In the NIXI workshop, working meetings or discussions on these identified coaches or guides are there for respective goals to for people to understand better on what that goal means, but the objective should be that every single person should be able to understand what he or she can do to contribute to this goal. There was a question that somebody from Irene could not contribute here. How can one support there? Would be maybe perhaps something which the leaders here can clarify, or the identified guides can add. Are there any other thoughts, any questions here? We see a lot of good entries, which is fantastic. Is this making sense? I'm just stopping share to bring back my slides up. Maybe what we can do is all of us just switch on your video, audio for 10 seconds to wave back and say, I am back.
I'm already back.
Yes, I know that you were here.
I am
also.
back already. Supratik
I
here.
am back.
Hi.
I am back. I am
Yes,
back.
I'm back.
I am back.
I am back.
I am back.
Yeah, that's
back.
helping
I'm
us.
back.
Fantastic. Good to
I'm
see you,
back.
Nagin.
I'm back.
I'm also back.
Yeah, this looks sounds so much like the college roll call.
I was always here.
Yes, I.
We
Yes,
should.
so many years, so many years, yes.
Vidya, we should say, I've got your back for the team building.
That is a good one. Yes. Yes. So great. Good to hear so many of you. For those who still have not been able to unmute, if you want to unmute, share anything, please do share. In terms of the goals, like we agreed, what we will do is this working sheet will be shared back with the NIXI team. It kind of will, and this is also a part of your participant handbook. In order to help you, so we will have to kind of change these goals now. So we will change these goals, and we will need to update them. And on the working sheet which we just saw, we have allocated guides or people who can clarify what those goals mean. And the objective will be every single person in the NIXI team has to key in their thoughts or inputs on how and what they can do to contribute to the immediate objective. Now, for those of you who managed to complete it and to just listen in a little bit, any challenges, what were the top challenges or any good things as well, please feel free to unmute and share or key in on chat. We'll just give another minute to this activity and move on.
So these challenges would be the as per the Excel sheet which
Yes. I mean, thank you for asking that, Jolly. The question is, what are the top challenges in in maybe meeting these goals, that can be a reflective question as well and a deeper question. But any challenges immediately on understanding the goals which were written in? There may have been few, and we just want to hear them, not solve them maybe now, but hear them out, because everybody can help each other then. Chirag, did you want to say something? Or did I hear someone else? Sorry. So if we did not face any challenges, the additional help is now we have the identified guides or the coaches who can help us on those goals. Their role will be primarily not to solve the goal for you this year. That has to be an individual activity, but help you decipher, understand what that means and what it could mean for you in your individual role. Like we already saw some great questions earlier people had, and they wanted to ask also on what it means, how can this be done in my role, so on and so forth. So you know now where to channel those questions. But any great ideas, any positive inputs or thoughts or experiences in this activity? Anybody wants to share?
Yeah, if I can jump in. I think, as Mr. Jain pointed out right at the beginning, कि मैंने email कर दिया, मैंने सबको CC कर दिया, मेरा ये responsibility नहीं है, मुझे minutes लेने थे. So this is an exercise where you will have a challenge. You will see ये goal मेरा नहीं है. Is there a way that you can contribute? Why are we asking that? We are asking that because that will increase the sense of belongingness. That will increase the sense of we are all in this together, right? So is there going to be a challenge in figuring out how you can contribute to a goal that's not part of your job description? For sure, there will be. And if you're not able to bring that up right now, let me bring it on your behalf. I can guarantee there will be challenges. The guides are there for you to connect, figure out how you can contribute. The guides are also there to look at this Excel sheet and say, how can we increase belongingness towards this goal that we have, right? So that's an exercise for the coming days. And I would suggest over the next 2 weeks, do that exercise, have those, it doesn't take more than 5-minute conversation. See how you belong, deeper into NIXI. I'm interested in, was this exercise useful? Give me a green tick if yes, give me a red cross if it wasn't. And I'll check in with those that have the red cross so we can see what else can we do to make it more useful. So green tick if it was useful, red cross if it wasn't. Let me just remove all the green ticks, red crosses. Can one of us help us do that? So the past ones go away.
Yeah, I'll just try.
Yeah, clear all feedback. Great. Okay, I've done that. Give me a green tick if this exercise was useful, red cross if it wasn't. Okay. I have 8 of us saying yes. The rest of us on the fence. We haven't mentally come back from lunch. Vidya, the food was great. Sleep is hitting us.
Yeah.
Now we are at 13. Brilliant. Nearly halfway mark. So half of us present, half of us in needed an extra 5 minutes. So is there anything that you can do to wake us up, Vidya?
People are very shy on coming up on video. We did see some fresh faces, but I typically just splash some water and stand up instead of sitting down, do a stretch and adjust your seat again and start again. The next few activities actually are going to wake the team up, Nitin, just so they know.
Okay, so we are not going through a physical stretch. I thought you were going to guide us through some yoga exercises right now, and you want all of us to turn on the video. So I'm turning on my video. You want me to stand up? I'll have to stand up in a way that Okay, great. All right. What is it that you want us to do? Shubham, are you standing up? I just have to trust you.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay, great. For those of us that are top appropriate but bottom inappropriate, make sure your video is taking care of that. That's the new Zoom. Yeah, exactly. Just make sure it's cut out at the right point. Okay, Vidya, what do you want us to do?
Yeah, so just stretch up your hands.
Yeah.
So this is the preparation for 21st June, the International Yoga Day.
Ah. Yeah. I mean, I would have loved to do the rabbit jump as well, but those of you who don't have headsets can actually do that. Just try and do the rabbit jump.
Like this?
Yeah.
Reminding me of 6th standard at 8 in the morning, 50 degrees in Ajmer.
Oh boy. Right. So again, last
Amazing.
stretch. Clap your hands on the top of your head. Come back.
I'll do that.
And you can adjust your video back again.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so what we did so far, team, is that we connected to the team identity in the way we look at NIXI's vision, mission statements, and then the goals. We are trying to arrive at our respective goals as well, but we know what in the next 1 year, where are we headed to. That's an extremely good position to be in. The last common aspect to build strength is our values. So NIXI's values are what will drive and guide the behaviors for NIXI people team on and give us the strength in moving forward. Now, values are what we will use as our strengths to meet all of these. There's a quick game we have put here. You will have to actually wake up to find and tell me where do you see the values. Let's first try it without wording the values, and then let's see if people get it. Unmute and speak up if you have already seen all 4.
Yeah, I have seen all 4. Innovation.
Fantastic. Okay, great, Anurag. Is that Anurag?
Yeah.
Okay, innovation.
Mission.
Sorry?
Mission. MISSIN, mission.
Is that a NIXI value?
It's a goal. One is goal.
Anurag's got 1.
Yeah,
I think
so
that's great. Anurag's got 1. Innovation. Who's got the next one?
Goal.
Identity. Goal.
Somebody spoke.
Goal.
Identity.
Identity, okay, if that is an extended value or an additional value. We are talking of the 4 core values. We are playing this game to find the 4 core values. Does all of us know what those 4 values are? Because if we don't know what we are searching for, we will find other things.
So one is goal.
Goal is not a value really.
Goal is what we are trying to achieve.
Yeah.
So value is like, what do I believe? I believe ethical. So people should have integrity. Innovation. We should always be innovating, or coming up with something new. So goal is a good one, but it is something which you are aiming towards.
Identity.
Yes.
Value. Sorry?
Identity.
Identity is
again not
creates value creates supports identity. I mean, it adds to identity, right?
Mindset is there.
Mindset is what you need to have. Once you have the value, you'll have the right mindset. So it's an outcome. This is great. You're all challenging me to fit all these concepts into values. I like it.
So
Anyone
we have
Right direction.
No. Direction is where we are heading. Value is you'll say the truth always. So try again.
the 4 NIXI values. Perhaps if somebody from the NIXI team can word them out, then it will help us find them also quickly.
It's innovation, empowerment, trust, and quality.
Thank you for that, Shubham. Innovation we found. So the other 3 we are looking for are quality, trust, empowerment.
Right.
Do you see it now?
Yeah, Vipul, mindset हो गया मेरा नजरिया, right? मेरी सोच क्या है? So values will help in mindset. Values will help in strengthening my nazariya. So we are looking for the first 4: innovation, empowerment, trust, quality, which is the mindset we need to have.
It is also there in your participant handbook, but
I could see empowerment. 1, 2,
great.
4, 5. 5th row. This up.
Yeah. So it's a bottom up word. EMP like this. So this is empowerment. Is one of our fundamental values at NIXI. Let's find trust and quality quickly.
Solving a crossword post lunch is a challenge, huh?
It's
I told you.
Quality we found from down queue, from down second row, quality.
First row, first column.
First row, second row. I mean,
first column.
Trust is in diagonal.
Yeah.
Trust is in diagonal.
Right.
Trust is in diagonal.
Trust is diagonal. Okay, this is here.
Yes, first.
Right.
Arey, good one. Who spotted trust?
Nitin Sharma.
Amazing.
But we think it's
amazing.
only vertical and horizontal. That's the reason we were not able to.
So yeah, so we put an out of the box view for all of us.
You did not trust the crossword creator and you figured trust out. Great.
Fantastic. So we now that we know the 4 core values we are talking about NIXI has, which is empowerment, quality, innovation, trust. Let's understand what each of the value means and how you can connect to the value. So let's do a quick game. What I will do is, on my next slide is a famous film figure. I want you to ask me 10 questions. That's the limit of questions, to which I will only answer by saying yes or no. I will not answer any other way. And you have to guess the person. You may have played this game in childhood or with your children still. You have 10 questions and 90 seconds. Whichever finishes first. Start. Arvind, I will give you the leeway to ask the first question to help the participants understand what we are talking about.
Okay, so I'll ask you the first question and you have to answer me in yes and no.
Yes.
So is this person from the Indian film industry?
Yes.
Is he a male or a female?
I won't answer
Okay,
that.
cannot be a
Supratik.
yes. Is he a male? Is it a male?
Yes. Yes. The film industry figure I'm talking about, Supratik, is a male.
Is he from current generation or old? Oh, sorry. Is he from current generation?
That's a wrong question to ask again. How do I know? I might find someone as old as young also.
Salman is old
He's
also.
above 60 or he's below 60?
What is your her height?
No, you have to ask me a yes or no question.
Yes or no wala. Yes or no wala. It can't be.
Is he above 60 or below 60?
Nah, so she can't say na. You have to.
Is he above 50? Yes
Is he
or no?
fat or slim?
He's above 50 wale ke liye I'm saying yes.
The yes, no, you can.
Has he given any
More
hit
than 6
movies in
feet?
last 2 years?
Is he more than 6 feet?
No.
Recently, his movie came on this Z5.
Z5.
I don't know that.
You have to have
His
yes or no.
surname is
No,
Khan.
no, the answer is no.
Is he Shah Rukh Khan?
Surname is Khan. Khan.
Easy one.
My God, I gave a limit of 10 questions. Actually, when we were putting this together, Nitin was advising let's keep 20 questions. But we have got to the answer within 5 questions. That's fantastic. So we have solved the puzzle. Now, what did we take away? How did you feel to have guessed the answer? ठीक लगा, अच्छा लगा, great. But why? Why? More importantly, why did you feel that, that great feeling on having guessed the answer or found the answer?
Sense of achievement too.
Great. So sense of achievement, right?
With,
You could,
with minimum questions or minimum time.
yeah, and you could ask the questions and solve it for yourself, maybe. So primarily what we are talking about is something that you enable others achieve once you have agreed on the target. You have agreed that we will reach here this way. Now, do you go about solving it for them or letting them find their way? You give them the power to find their own way, to solve it for themselves, learn and feel empowered. So primarily the value we are talking about here via this small game was empowerment. It means that, like all of us know, the feeling of having the power to solve myself. Now, what I want to ask quickly here in 30 seconds is, what does it mean to truly live this value? In fact, I would, articulate the question in a way that in the recent past, have you felt something where you felt good about having lived this value? Can you share? Anyone wants to share how they, what does it mean to them when they live this value of empowerment? Okay,
I think
if yeah,
what does this value mean to us? See, research suggests empowered teams that are taking their own decision, just like you discovered Shah Rukh Khan yourself, right? Give that sense. Everyone gets a sense of achievement. I can be told by my boss, "ये ऐसे करो, और ये 10 चीजें करो," or I can be given the power to find my own way, make my own mistakes, find an interesting new way perhaps, and come up with a solution. That gives, research suggests, that gives teams much more of a sense of accomplishment if we are able to find our own way, and we grow as a result. We are also able to take our own decisions. Those teams are much more engaged, much more involved, and are high performing. So from a NIXI perspective, the value of empowerment is a powerful one. It is the right one to have to create high performing teams. I wanted to first understand, maybe on chat or on voice, what does this value really mean to you? Empowerment to me means.
Empowerment, according to me, probably would mean somewhat delegation of decision making. Every level of hierarchy has some level of decision making which they have flexibility with, which would allow them a much broader room to free their arms and work. That is what I believe empowerment would mean.
Yeah, that's a great one. I can make decisions. What else? Brilliant. I can make decisions.
Another is the trust factor. So if someone is trusting me to take that decision, so that's a big, because being part of the team, that trust has to be one of the critical factors to achieve the common goals. So empower.
I'm trusted.
Definitely.
When you are empowered, you are responsible for something.
I missed the last phrase, Jolly. Can you say that again? When you are empowered?
When you are empowered, you are responsible to achieve something. You get the empowerment.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. You
responsible
feel
to achieve
responsible.
something.
A sense of responsibility as well.
So for empowerment, I would say, giving a sense of responsibility to every individual, and in terms of decision making, also in terms of ideas as well, some constructive ideas. The person should be empowered to get to the solutions, to provide solutions rather than he or she being provided with a solution.
Yeah, finding your own way rather than
Okay.
solving
Yeah.
it yourself.
Yeah. When you are empowered, then you are not afraid to take ownership.
Great one, Abhishek, and a good perspective. When you are empowered, you're not afraid. You can take risks. You know that someone has your back.
You can take risk, and that's an interesting one. Yeah, go ahead, Raj.
There is a two empowerment means increase the confidence of the employee as well the loyalty toward the company. If you empower the your
Amazing.
employer, there is the two things is increase in their quality.
That's exactly what we see. You're bang on as far as research goes. And what does it mean for leaders, right? Because as leaders, empowering someone also has that sense of losing control, maybe
There is
increasing risk.
not 100% empowerment. You give some empowerment, some taking a decision. So they at least they make a decision. They increase their confidence and they trust on you and to have the loyalty that my leader is believe on me to take a good decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something on the lines of increased confidence.
Yeah. Empowerment can come with support. It doesn't have to be in the absence of support. So you take the decision. I'll be there to make sure that we support you. You don't fall or fail. And that's interesting. Risk acceptance increases. I think that was Vidya. You pointed out that's a powerful point. With empowerment comes risk, and we if we are embracing this value in NIXI, we've called this out as a key value. We allow that risk appetite to go up. Yeah.
Fantastic. So I think we've heard quite a lot of perspectives on empowerment, and it's an inspirational one to have as a value in an organization. And it's great that NIXI has it as its core value. Moving on to another interesting activity, I'm requesting Lalit from our IT team to play a short video. It's just a 56 seconds video. Listen in and then we discuss.
So the territory on this one is part familiar and part totally unknown, especially the data visualization part. These are the latest designs that I sent out yesterday.
Lalit, can you play the video?
Cool.
Are
Yeah.
you there with me?
It's in the wrong space. Why is he? So the territory on this one is part familiar and part totally unknown, especially the data visualization part. These are the latest designs that I sent out yesterday. Thoughts? Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's in the wrong space. Why is he putting it over there? End users don't need it. Stakeholders won't see it. But he's already committed to it.
We need data scientists in here. How in the world can we make a data play without a data scientist?
Data visualization. I wonder if anyone knows. I know nothing about that.
Okay. Do these look right to you?
Yeah.
These look great.
Absolutely.
Overall,
Absolutely.
good
Yeah.
experience for me.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I think we have it.
Right. Thank you, Lalit, for sharing the video. I'm just wanting to now hear from people on what did they feel, what was happening in the video.
The team member just not understand whatever their leader is told, and they just support the leader. Yes, I understand it, and what is my understanding?
Okay, so Rajiv, you assume that there is a leader who's presenting something to his team members.
Yeah.
They could have been peers as well, but irrespective, the idea was that the audience were not really following.
Following.
But what happened
Yeah.
afterwards? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the people were afraid to share their what they actually thought. I don't know the reason why, because it was not mentioned because earlier, but they were afraid to express their real thoughts and real views, what they think about that graphics or
Yeah, whatever the person was presenting.
yes, the lack of trust you can see, and then that was clearly showing them.
Hang on. Okay. Any other thoughts? Any other perspectives?
I mean, if this was a team, they clearly do not understand each other pretty well, because there's a lady who does not know anything about data sciences per se, and she's still there, and her opinion is being sought. If at all she had given some wavered opinion about it, and that would have been taken into consideration, and some changes would have been made, it would have been a disastrous thing to go ahead with. So the team itself does not really know much well about each other, which is very important in terms of the strengths and their weaknesses.
That's very deep, Supratik. And yes, that's a good observation. Any other thoughts?
So I've also written the same thing in the chat. This is Shubham. It said the team is not open. There's a lack of trust, and as a team, they won't be able to achieve the common goal. So, as someone rightly said, that the context of this video is not known to us, whether he's the boss or he's a peer. So, whomsoever he is, he's either in past he has not been open to some kind of, I'll say, open to ideas, open to feedback. So that's why people are not sharing their actual feedback with him.
Great insight, Shubham. And I think the fact that most of you identified it already, this incident shows lack of trust. Now, typically, like some of you said, that the team is unable to share anything. Just a second, sorry. Share anything at all on the point of view, and is unable to proceed ahead. Just give me a second while I bring it up again. So yeah, so there is lack of trust here. There is a lack of ability to share candid feedback here. And it shows that people are either afraid or not confident of sharing their, candid point of view. So I'm just sharing back my screen
So
again.
can I check in here with us? In our environment in NIXI, right? We are working in a virtual environment right now, whether virtual or physical. What does trust mean? How will you feel about walking into a NIXI office virtually or physically when you have a lot of trust? How will you feel? Mention in chat. Let's take 60 seconds. How would you feel when you feel that you can trust this environment completely? There's not going to be any judgment. You can be who you are. Mention in chat. What does that trust environment look, feel like when you are able to ... when you can be ... when you feel ...
Supratik says amazing. So it feels amazing to be in a setup where you can be who you are, being fearlessly
motivated, connected, aligned. Yeah. Confident. That's a great one. Yeah. And it's amazing. Abhishek, I can see the link between empowerment and trust as well, right?
Yeah.
We feel confident when we are empowered. We feel confident when we are trusted, motivated, happy, great, energetic, proud to be part of NIXI. Now, trust is another value which science suggests teams need to have, high-performing teams need to have. So, if you are in a discussion and someone's saying something that you disagree with, you can either say, I see their point of view, but I don't really agree with it. Or you can keep quiet and say, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. And the relationship starts to become more and more distant, right? We don't want the second, we want the first. I disagree with you. No, this doesn't make sense. And you argue. Pixar movies, just say Toy Story nikli thi. They actually have a process where every movie comes into a director's lounge. All directors of Pixar see this movie and they criticize it. They'd rather criticize early on than have the market criticize the movie. And the director who's made the movie also accepts it. We are going to criticize so that you can make it better, right? And that's the environment of trust. In other words, that we want in a high-performing team or for ourselves. Shubham, that's a great tip. Let's hear from some others. What does trust really mean? Are you quiet because you don't feel that you can trust this environment? Are you quiet because you've just had lunch? Whatever the reason be, let's hear from the others. Vidya, you want to point us in the direction of who else might want to speak? Maybe raise your hand.
Yeah,
let's have you jump in.
Yeah, let's begin with whose voice we haven't heard at all since morning. Or maybe I missed.
Yeah. And I got to confess, I'm one of those people that introspects quietly. It doesn't feel like that right now, but that's only because I'm supposed to facilitate. But I'm one of those people, if who listens, introspects, has 3 pages of notes in every meeting, but I may not be speaking. So at this point, we just want to hear one of those notes, if you will.
Maybe, Deepika.
Would like to jump in.
People I still heard, but there are people who haven't spoken. Rishabh, feel free.
And by the way, nothing you can say is going to be wrong here. So it'll all add value, and I just want to make sure that we don't miss out on your insights.
Yeah, and the question, just in case you haven't got it yet, is how do you feel to walk into an environment of high trust?
Ma'am, Rishabh this side, ma'am.
Yes, Rishabh.
Brilliant, Rishabh.
Yes. Ma'am, it feels proud from me as a part of NIXI, and the trust factor is that we have self-motivated when we come to the office and do our jobs in a manner to achieve our goals, ma'am.
Great. Nitin Prakash with the double T.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Rishabh. Good to hear you. Let's hear from you.
Ma'am, that
or you can put it on chat if you are unable to speak.
I'm able to speak, ma'am.
Okay.
I would say strong and confident. The environment will make me strong and confident.
Brilliant. Yes, if I'm walking into a high trust environment, it makes me confident.
Yeah.
Great. More people. Deepika, are you there with us? Do you want to share your point of view?
Deepika's put a thought on connected. I feel connected with each other.
Fantastic. Okay.
With an NIXI.
Chandra Prakash, can I have your point of view as well? Either on chat or on voice, whatever you're comfortable with. Anyone else has any other thoughts? This is such a...
Sheeta says responsible and confident. Akash says more responsible, confident, strong. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like this episode which was shown in the video, if my team is not being able to tell me what they really think about my point of view, I could take a shoddy proposal or a shoddy presentation ahead and I may fail. So I need to have the trust of my team when I am going ahead and have that environment created that my team can actually share their candid feedback and make me better, make the work better. As well, be fearless about criticizing or bringing in ideas or suggestions. So on that note, trust being a core value again of NIXI is fantastic. We got a lot of chat messages. Thank you everyone for that. We move to the next game, and this is a good one as well.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting game. So, and this is a game that we play all the time. We have to spot the differences between the two pictures that are out here. So please take a look at this at these two pictures and try to spot the differences.
Yeah, one difference is the leaf. The red
The
leaf
leaf
and
is
the
missing.
the
One leaf. One leaf is missing.
Leaf is missing.
Leaves are missing. Okay.
Snake's
One mushroom
snake
is
tongue is
missing.
missing.
Oh, the snake's tongue is missing. Okay.
Number of snakes are less.
The number of snakes are less. Okay.
The spot is missing in the deer.
The spots are missing in the deer, of course. Like one of the.
All
Snake
specs
spot is
also
missing.
missing. Specs is missing.
Oh, okay. So like
All
one of the ox
specs.
is wearing spectacles, the other is not.
The snake,
Tongue of a snake.
yeah.
The tongue of the snake, of course, yeah.
The mushroom count is also less.
Shubham sir has mentioned all of these already
Yes.
on the chat.
Ear of fox. Their color black.
Yes, the tips of the fox's ears. Great.
So
The spots on the ear.
Somebody's head is there in the first picture.
okay, so somebody's head is there in the first picture. It is okay. Okay. So the thing is that in a such a short span of time, we were able to identify so many differences in an otherwise similar looking picture. And this is exactly what your customers are also able to do. When you provide them a service and when your competitor provides them a service, they're able to spot the differences. Now, we may feel that the kind of service that we are providing is similar to that of a competitor or better than a competitor. However, the customer is able to see the difference. Can we go to the next slide, please? And that is where quality comes into the picture. So let me ask all of you a question. How many times you have felt कि चलो चलते हैं चलता है यार कस्टमर की आप क्या पता चलेगा कर देते हैं जैसे करना है. Have you ever come across such a moment कि चलो कर देते हैं?
Or maybe if you are on the other side and then somebody's doing it with you.
Maybe you're on the other side, like you are a customer and like a vendor of yours is doing something like this. Have you ever figured out that one of your vendors is kind of ignoring a small aspect in the quality of the product or service they're delivering to you? But this happens, like this is like a very common phenomenon that happens with us all the time. Sometimes like we ignore perfection, we ignore precision, and that's where quality comes into the picture. And that is why quality is such an important value of NIXI. So when you are delivering a quality product or a high quality service, what does it make you feel? Feel free to type in your responses on the chat box or unmute yourself and speak it out. What does it feel when you are providing very high quality service or a very high quality product?
I mean, think of it from maybe your own work context. You are providing services to the customer. If at all there is some compromise on the quality, do you feel you will feel happy about it?
Satisfied. So Mr. Shubham says, a trusted and a respected brand. Yeah, Mr. Bhaumik says satisfied. Of course, we feel satisfied. We get the inner satisfaction when we are providing quality service. We feel that we are trusted and respected as a brand. We feel that we are getting 100% customer satisfaction. We feel proud that we are actually delivering our duty towards the nation. Of course, Mr. Rajiv. Above all, we feel empowered. Quality makes us feel empowered. Quality makes us feel trusted. Do you agree with me? That whenever we are delivering high quality service, we feel empowered. कि भाई हमने तो बहुत अच्छा काम करके दिया है. We feel happy about it. Of course, it makes the brand stronger because you are delivering a high quality product. So quality is the basis. Quality is the basis of empowering yourself and empowering your company. Quality is the basis of creating a trusting environment. Quality is the basis of making your brand stronger. Let's say like the quality was missing in an organization that you were working in. How would that feel like? Would you feel miserable that like the quality is missing in our work, or will you feel okay about it? चलो ठीक है चलता है सब लोग ऐसा दे रहे हैं तो हम लोग भी ऐसा दे देंगे.
So I think that's a great question. So let me go back to Mr. Jain's idea, chalta hai, right? Can I just check with others? What areas of quality, what areas is this value relevant in? Is it only when we are serving the customer or when we are dealing with vendors? Or are there other areas where quality as a value requires us to live up to it? Requires us to say, not say chalta hai. Any other areas of our work? If you can kind of brainstorm on chat. Is it only with the customer and vendor? If that's the case, fine. If there are other areas, can you just mention those?
It is applicable in both in personal and professional life.
Tell me more, Dhananjay.
Yeah, it's applicable in both personal and professional life. If you are dealing with our friends also or family also, values also matters. Quality of values also matters in personal life also. In professional life also, we are dealing with our teammates, our boss, our customer, our peers. Values matters.
I'm with you. And ये quality की value कैसे matter करेगी? जैसे personal life का उदाहरण या professional life का कोई उदाहरण है आपके दिमाग?
Yeah, in professional life, suppose if there is no any policies regarding the for the time period, but we generally do the reporting office on time, leaving office on time. It's like it's quality of the individual. It depends.
That's a great example. Great example. कि कोई हमें कह नहीं रहा है, but we live up to a standard. Quality you are interpreting as a standard in personal and professional life. That's a great interpretation. Thank you.
For example,
you're
Nitin,
saying,
on the personal front, if I am doing my exercise and I know that I have to do 10 laps and I end up doing 8, whom am I cheating? So I am compromising on quality.
Brilliant. Yeah. Make them come. Shubham says it is internal as well as external customer. Great. So that email I'm typing, मैं एक लाइन बोल सकता हूँ कि उसको जवाब दे दिया, टिक बॉक्स एक्सरसाइज हो गई. बट अगर मैं 2-3 लाइन और एक्सपैंड करूंगा तो उसे समझ में आएगा कि मैं ये क्यों कह रहा हूँ. Do I take that effort to write that fuller email out? But this is the reason, this is what I'm trying to say, this is where we should go next. You know, that makes sense. Anyone like customer, vendor, supporting staff, our teammates, etc. Someone comes to me with a problem. नहीं ठीक है, अभी बाद में बात करते हैं, I'm busy. That's fine. But उसके बाद उससे बात करी कि नहीं करी, right? That is an interpretation of quality. Am I reaching out? Sorry, we couldn't talk then. Can we talk now, right? I'm here to support you and I maintain a standard of that support. So internal experience or customer experience, these are great examples. Anyone else has an example of quality जहां हम कहते हैं अभी चलता है but हमें नहीं कहना चाहिए चलता है. Improve ourselves, our processes so that we can deliver better experience. Yeah, I'm with you.
Because quality is a continuous process. Like we have to continuously improve ourselves. Quality is not like a static process कि एक बार हम लोग वहाँ पे रुक गए तो रुक गए. Like we have to keep moving. We have to keep improvising.
Yeah, that's what
Shubham
has also.
Yeah, exactly. What Mr. Shubham has said, that whether it is an internal process or an external process, like we have to keep improvising ourselves. And
I think the quality of an organization, describes the culture and where exactly the organization stands in terms of service offerings and, in terms of their positioning in the industry. So, if you are a quality organization, you will be perceived as a leader in the industry and you will be the preferred organization as well for the end customer. So that defines your organization, I would say. And it's an immense perceived value which is being drawn out of this attribute.
Absolutely.
Great insight, sorry.
Yeah, any quality-driven organization can make a difference and does make a difference.
Yeah, I think these are powerful thoughts. So when we write this value out, we should put what does quality mean to us, and maybe put all these ideas in there on a page when we recap this later on, Hannah.
Yeah.
And
Right.
quality, Abhishek, that's a great point, Abhishek. It requires feedback. Quality is not saying that I'll be perfect from day one, but quality is a mindset of saying I will want to get better and better and better. So I'm going to collect feedback. There is a mindset of reaching out, checking, collecting feedback, internal or external. So we are not afraid of asking people what they think of us, so that we can improve. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, so as we continue to reflect on this, and like Nitin said, you can just write down these 4 values and continue to keep jotting what comes to your mind and what it means to you. Let's proceed to the 3rd value. Let's see what we have in store here.
Okay, so can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so when you see this picture, what comes to your mind? So what comes to your mind when you see this picture? You see elephants, like you see a ringmaster.
Teamwork and coordination, proper coordination.
Okay, exactly. It's teamwork and coordination.
Collaboration.
Collaboration, of course.
Trust.
Collaboration.
Trust.
Yeah, trust.
Interdependence.
Unity and support.
Are you calling us elephants? That's the question that comes into my mind, Arvind.
No, I mean, I was trying to figure out that what this what does this picture, what are the thoughts that come to our mind when we see this picture, and we are going in the right direction. There are so many values that are imbibed in this picture. But if we have to give one name to this picture, what we would give it? What name would we give to this picture?
Have we not all been to something like this in childhood?
Yeah.
Sense of achievement, I would say. Some kind of.
Now
Okay.
people are into their deep reflective thoughts.
Yeah, people into deep reflection. So
Elephants can dance.
Elephants can dance. So whenever people reflect deep, sometimes we kind of overlook something that is very
basic.
Yeah, very basic, and something that is very near us.
And elephants can be in sync.
Of course. So the answer that I was trying to look for was that this is a circus. Okay. So and here's the activity now. So let's say you are the owner of a circus, and you have been given a regulation by the government that you cannot use animals anymore in the circus. So now what will you do? Will you feel miserable, sit at home, अरे अब मेरा कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, अब क्या हो गया, ये क्या हो गया, or will you think otherwise? If this is a situation that is presented to you, what will you do?
Controlling.
Controlling, okay.
These all elephants are controlled by this ringmaster.
Yes, but now we don't have the flexibility of having elephants anymore in a circus.
Okay.
So what do we do? The major attraction that was of a circus, that was the animals, the elephants and the lions and the tigers and the cuckoos and the horses, all of them are gone. The government
No
says
animals. You can't have any animals. That's what you're saying, Arvind.
Yeah, you can't have any animals. Then what will you do?
So what will you substitute animals with?
What will you substitute animals with?
Humans. Okay. So Arvind, one answer is humans.
Virtual animals.
Visual animals. Use technology and show 3D animals to the people. Okay, that is one way of thinking. That is one great solution to it. Apart from that,
people also, I'm just going to write that down. People, you can substitute it with people. Yeah.
Exactly, we can substitute it with people. And
I heard that from someone. Yeah.
And does this problem give a rise to a new opportunity? Let me give you one example. That so far, when we were holding a circus, we were compelled to hold this in an open ground because the animals were there. Now that the animals are missing, Can we change the location of the circus in any way?
Yes, it can be in an auditorium now.
Right. It can be used in an auditorium. It can be used in a theater. It could be used in a park, like it could be any other place. So now we have got this flexibility. So this regulation, which was initially a problem for us, has now become an opportunity for us, because now it is releasing us from the prior obligations that we were in. So what we are doing right now, so what is the process that we're doing right now when we're thinking about alternatives? Change, exactly. We are exactly innovation, and that's the value that we were talking about. Innovation is like one of the core NIXI values, that whenever like there is a problem, whenever there is a challenge, we innovate and we come up with better solutions. So when we were supposed to create a new circus, like we were able to find different locations, we were able to find different characters, we could replace animals with people, we could even replace the activities that the animals do with other virtual activities, like we could use technology. So what we have done is that we have used innovation, and we have come up with something entirely different, entirely new, which is going to be a completely new experience to the viewers. And this is what we do in the business all the time as well.
Yeah,
Because
during the COVID time, we can innovate. We can go online. We can start a video conferencing, not a physical interaction and physical meeting. We are going to a video conference. So replacement of animals is the other thing. Like we can start additional music part or additional activity of the circus to attract the people with a quality of work.
Amazing thoughts, Rajiv.
Exactly. So this gives us so many opportunities. This gives us room to think so much more. And this is what we do in a business as well. When we translate this value of innovation in NIXI, so this is a culture that we have to develop within the company, and which is always there. And this culture has to be fostered, like the culture of innovation, the culture of continuously improvising ourselves. And this is the value that NIXI has been fostering, the value of innovation. So when you are innovating as a company, how does it feel? Like when you are working in a very high innovative environment, how does that feel? Any ideas? Like we have, when we step into an environment which is highly innovative, highly driven,
It would
highly
just make
creative.
me feel wow.
Wow, it will make you feel intelligent.
I don't know, but inspired, yes.
Yeah, empowered.
Empowered.
Yeah.
Exactly. We will feel that we are empowered. We'll feel that we are intelligent. Will feel that we are an amazing company. We will feel that we are in the place where we want to be. And that's the kind of culture that we have created in NIXI, where like these four values, innovation, quality, trust, and empowerment, are driving the organization towards greatness. So these were the four values that we wanted to discuss about. And overall, like I wanted to make a couple of comments out here, that for any organization to grow and flourish and make a mark in the business world, it is very important that the majority of the employees should associate themselves with the vision, mission, goals, and the values of the organization. If majority of the employees don't associate themselves with these four parameters, the organization is not in a very good place. So it's very important for the organization to grow, for the organization to flourish. We associate ourselves with these values, with these goals, with these missions, with these parameters, with these four pillars. So yeah, so with this, like we come to an end of the value part of it. And that is the approach that we have been taking so far.
Yeah. So that we were in the We Belong section, where we spoke about how we bring out the team identity. We spoke about how each of us connects to NIXI's vision, mission, goals, and what are the values which will give us strength and move us forward. We will now get into the next section, which is about how do I expand my perspective? How do I understand the other people better? We are unique is the aspect we will bring out by understanding others and building trust with each other let's get into that part. We are going to hand over to our coach, Dr. Pooja now. I'll stop sharing and she will be doing an interesting activity in diagnostic to get into the understanding others part, to get us to the next part of our framework, which is we are unique.
Thank you so much, Vidya. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, you are audible, Dr. Pooja. Good to hear you.
Thank you so much.
And great.
Shall
Welcome,
we begin?
Dr. Pooja.
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you so
How are
much,
you?
Nitin. A very good afternoon. I am fine. Absolutely fine.
Great. So before you begin, I just wanted to add another sentence, if you will. The idea of Dr. Pooja's session, and she's a highly accomplished faculty who will be walking us through understanding others, is recognizing that while we have these common belongingness around vision, mission, goals, and values, these are designed to bring us together. This is not all. We are also unique. You and I are different, right? And these differences sometimes can create conflict. So what Dr. Pooja and her research in psychology is going to take us through is, how are we different so that we can understand those differences and respect those differences and use those differences to bring them in and serve NIXI's vision that we want to achieve. So that's where Dr. Pooja comes in. Over to you, Dr. Pooja.
Thank you so much, Nitin. A very good and a warm afternoon to all and the entire team NIXI. I'm sure since morning you are all involved in this workshop sessions and you're all enjoying the sessions. I have been a part of this session since morning and seeing the active participation from all the participants from team NIXI out here. I'll just share my slides. Until then, I would want to request all of you to mention so far in the day ahead, what is that you found quite interesting? What is it that has interested you the most in the day so far? As I share my PPT, if you could mention that on chat and I can understand your perspective.
Yeah. And as they're doing that, Dr. Pooja, I just recognize that since we've been in the session since 2 o'clock, so 1 hour 15. Should we add those thoughts in during maybe a 10-minute break? Is that okay?
Absolutely,
and then,
sir. We can take that break.
And then that'll give you time to load up the presentation and everything as well. So I think it's a good question. What is our biggest insight so far in the day? I think it's good to capture that at a halfway mark, and then we get back. So green tick if everyone is okay with a break right now. Green tick if you would like a break right now.
Probably a 10 minutes coffee or a tea break that energizes everybody for the session ahead.
I see green tick. Okay, so 3:15 by my watch, 3:25, we get back together. 3:25. At this moment, feel free to turn off your video, unmute yourself. When you come back, give us a green tick so that we know you're back.
Dr. Pooja, you want to check anything? You can go ahead and.
Participants, please give us a green tick if you are back so that we may start the session. Participants, to give us a green tick in case you are back.
Yes, we are happy to back.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just waiting for more green ticks so that we start with everybody there on board. Mr. Nagendra Negi is back. I can see Nitin's green tick. Yeah. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Welcome. I can see Piyush green tick. Okay, a lot of green ticks coming.
Yeah, I'm back.
Till the time others are joining, may I request you to share what is it that you have found most interesting in the session so far? Mention that on chat or please feel free to connect on voice. What is it that you have found most interesting in the session so far?
The way empowerment has been mentioned.
Okay. What else?
Trust. Quality.
Trust, okay.
Being united and working towards the common goal in tandem.
Okay, being united and working towards common goals. Okay,
NIXI
great insights that you've captured.
NIXI values.
NIXI values, okay. Okay. What else? What else, you found it the most interesting insight which you've captured so far? You may also mention, in this session, as I've shared my screen, and the theme of the session ahead is understanding others. Anyone, what are your key expectations from this session? Till the time everyone joins, we can build up on this and know your expectations further on that. It will help me to customize the session as far as possible. Anyone, connect with us on voice, mention on chat, whatever makes you comfortable. Anyone specifically any expectations from the session ahead?
Does it include our spouse also?
Absolutely. When it is understanding others, it's nowhere mentioned that it relates to only professional life. Understanding your spouses, if someone is in another relationship, understanding all relationships, whether your relationship as a parent, as a child, as a spouse, as a boss, as a team member. We're all wearing various hats in our lives. So when we talk about understanding others, it covers all the various dimensions. So as I can see, many of the participants have joined back. So once again, a very warm
Dr.
welcome
Pooja,
to all.
you've built very high expectation from the next 90 minutes. Huh?
So we'll try to customize the session to meet those expectations as far as possible. If I have participant support, I think we will be able to manage to do that.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, all yours.
Yeah, thank you. So once again, hello and welcome to this session on understanding others. This is Pooja, and I will be with you in this session for next 90 minutes. Since ages, there have been attempts to understand human beings and human behavior. What we do and why we do that is a question that, is every time and again asked. Different societies, from ancient Greeks and Romans to Americans and Indians, have had different ways of comprehending, what they observed in themselves and in others. As far as I'm concerned, being certified from IICA, I have been fortunate enough to have worked with various public sector undertakings as well as MNCs, and worked with the core assets in the area of people management and capability development. And I have found that the one most important thing for success is when we unlock the mystery behind understanding people around us, both in our personal and in our professional relationships. We all present here would agree that the starting point to understand others is when we realize that everyone is not like us. The way we perceive the world, the way we look at things is entirely different than how others do this. And we should use this as the base in the session ahead to actually unlearn first and learn what is a perspective to understand others. I'm sure the next 90 minutes, we all will together unleash the secret to understanding others. Now, our journey for next 90 minutes, we will explore what it takes to understand others, as well as what stops us from understanding the way others are. We will be discussing how we are all different, how we all have different perspectives. We will be identifying what is the concept of ladder of inference and how it helps us to understand and recognize our unconscious bias. There are various personality types, and based on the research that we've done and inspired by the DISC framework, we will be understanding these personality types and how each of these personality types helps us to understand others. Further in the session ahead, please look forward to a very interesting assessment whereby all of you will be identifying what is your personality type, which you predominantly practice, as well as you'll get an idea of the personality traits of others around you. So based on the assessment, you will be able to identify whether you are a driver, an inspirer, a supporter, a reflector. Together with that identification, we will also work on identifying what are the challenges that each personality type faces, and how we can bring out the best in each one of us. What triggers conflicts when we are interacting with others, when we are in different work scenarios, and also in our personal life, and how we can deal with conflicts. As we will move towards the last leg of the session, I'm sure with the perspectives that we have gained during the session, it will help you to, and in fact, we will also be facilitating the making of your action plans. And definitely as we move towards walking out of the workshop, we will definitely be sharing our key insights with one another. So let's begin the journey. Let's begin to understand others and join me in this journey. I would request for a very participative response from you. And it is suggested at this point of time, keep in mind people from your personal or from your professional life whom you want to understand better and build stronger relationships with. If the agenda makes sense, give us a green tick. If the agenda makes sense, give us a green tick. If anything else needs to be added here, do mention on chat. We will try to customize the session as far as possible. Give us a green tick if it makes sense to you, or a thumbs up. I can see many green ticks. That's quite encouraging. So we begin with this journey. It's all in the eyes. Very famously said, everyone has two eyes, but no one has the same view. Let's see this ourselves with the help of a video. May request the IT team to please share the video right now with us. IT team, please share the video. I'll stop sharing my screen here.
An event seen from one point of view gives one impression. Seen from another point of view, it gives quite a different impression. But it's only when you get the whole picture you can fully understand what's going on.
ITT, may I request you to please replay the video and pause
An
where I
event
say
seen
please,
from one
once
point
again.
of view gives one.
Yes, a pause here.
An event
So what do
seen
we
from one
understand?
point of
What is
view
happening
gives
here?
one impression.
Yes, a pause here,
Seen
ITT.
from another point of view.
Actually, we've already discussed about this video in one of the previous Amity sessions.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
He's a savior. He's a savior. He's saving
He's a
somebody.
savior.
Yeah. Ultimately,
Okay.
what comes out in this picture is this person is saving some old man. One building is crumbling and he's just moving this old person away. I suppose we have seen this
Okay.
picture in our last session in Amity University itself.
It's so
All right. Was
good
it in
to
the
listen
communication? Was it in the communication workshop?
Yes.
Yes.
So one of our favorite
it's so
videos.
good
And
that
I
they
think
can
that's where.
recall that.
And then they can. So as you can see, it is a favorite video of ours, and it's referring to perspectives. So. In essence, the perspective that you have is different from my perspective, and that's what Dr. Pooja wanted to build on. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Pooja.
Yes, absolutely. And it is so good to see, and hear from you that you can recall that
But
you
it's
had,
only when you get the
watched
whole
this
picture
video earlier.
you can fully
That shows your
understand
keen
what's going
interest,
on.
in the all our workshops. So as we can see here, IT team, you can stop it out here. Thank you so much. As we could see in the video, an excellent representation to show that how we keep on building our opinions as and when, we have more data about situations. And we need to look, there can be different angles to one situation, and we need to look at all angles to have a holistic view. And this understanding can definitely, change our perspective in the way we deal with the others. So just sharing my screen once again. Now, my question to the house, have you found yourself confused and perplexed ever when you said something or you did something and those around you had put a different meaning altogether to it? Have you found yourself in any such situation? Share any such instance. You said something, but others interpreted it differently.
Yeah, in terms of written communication, it happened just a couple of days back. We have a special offer for a set of customers that we have. So we wrote down that offer and sent that across to the customers. So we had just one point of view in mind. We just thought that this is pretty crystal clear. And the response that we got from one of them was, the entirely opposite of what we had thought, and pehle dekhte hue we could not have even thought of that angle to it, and then we had to clarify our point of view, and we probably could have done better in terms of drafting our message. But then if we hadn't heard from that customer back, we would never have known that perspective too.
Absolutely great, Supratik, that you've shared this, and it happens with many of us. Even in our personal lives, we face this. In our day-to-day life, we say something with a different mindset, and others put on a different meaning to it. Or sometimes it also happens. Somebody says you something, and you misinterpret that, and you start believing that they are acting against you. In all such situations, we are all climbing this ladder of inference. Now, what is this ladder of inference? A brilliant concept given by Harvard professor Chris Argyris. The ladder of inference goes on to explain why out of a limit, we all have are in similar situations. We all have the similar available data. Like you talked about, Supratik, you had sent a message, but the customer interpreted it differently. So with the available data, we all select some amount of data based on our beliefs, based on what we value, based on our thoughts and perspectives. We make our own assumptions out of it, interpret the situation. At times we take decisions based on those. And if those decisions turn out to be good, for example, Supratik, you had sent out a message, a communication. If the customer had not reverted back and it would have resulted in a good response, you would have gone in the same direction of thought and in drafting messages.
Their
But
interpretation was actually very good for them. So that is why they reverted.
Yep. Yes, absolutely. So that means somebody is there who is testing and retesting the assumptions and getting back to you, and that is helping you to improve on your communications with your customers. Am I right?
Correct.
Absolutely. So based from available data, how we make our assumptions depend upon what beliefs, what values, what thoughts we are already occupying. And when these decisions that we take, they turn out to be good, we actually reinforce our existing beliefs and values, and we make a pattern. And we start functioning in that pattern in our conversations, in our interactions, in our understanding of others. And in future also, whenever we face situations, we are very strongly influenced by our already held beliefs and values. Now we'll understand more about this in a very interactive breakout room session that we are about to enter into. Just give me a second. So we'll now be in teams. It's a very interesting work scenario that we've planned for you. There are two main characters in the scenario. One of the characters is Kapil and the other character is Rahul. So we'll be dividing you in two teams. One of the teams will be playing the character of Rahul, and the other team would be putting themselves in the shoes of Kapil. And you will be discussing what is a key issue that requires fixing. Why do you think that key issue exists? And what are the possible solutions that you can think of as a group to fix that issue? So are we ready to participate in the breakout room activity and be Rahul and Kapil? Give me a green tick if we are ready for this interesting breakout activity.
Dr. Pooja,
Yes, I would love to see more of the green ticks here. Yes, please.
so the scenario would be related to, something we are trying to say and the other person has understood something else, right?
I would not like to tell you the details. Only when you are in the breakout room, I'll be sharing the scenario with you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So right now I want to see everybody being interested. Thank you so much. Your green ticks are quite encouraging for me. So may I request the IT team to divide the participants into two breakout rooms, please? So group Kapil is there, and then there is group Rahul. IT team, I can see the name of one group as group Kapil. Okay, and the other group is group Rahul. So I will be entering into these groups and will be sharing the scenario with you.
Just a quick check, Pooja. There's some Amity participants as well in here. So how would you like to deal with us? IT team, can you just recognize us? We'll just put, we don't need to be assigned into groups. I'll just rename myself as Amity, and the rest of my colleagues can do the same. You don't need to assign us into groups. So just left click on your name or right click, rename Ashish, Gaurav, just rename yourself as Amity. ID team Deepika has just entered. So you can assign Deepika also to one of the groups. Ravi has also just entered. We're just going to keep the breakout rooms open for a bit. Any one of us in the main room that has not joined their groups yet? Ajit, have you joined a group?
Nitin, only us, the Amity is who's not assigned. So far, I see everybody assigned to one group or the other.
So Ajit, Khushbu, you can just click OK. You'll transfer to the breakout group. Just click OK on the pop-up that you see. Chandra as well. Chandra, if you could just click OK on the pop-up that you see, you'll be able to assign, join your group. I see Dr. Pooja in group Rahul since the beginning. Who's sharing the profile with group Kapil? I see Vani there. Okay, Vani must be sharing it. But there, just a quick check on time. So 3:51. Puja is another hour, right? 5 o'clock.
I think it will extend beyond that a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the plan is to close by 5:45.
But she started on time, so she would end at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, Vani would be able to tell. She said the 2 hours. So I mean, if this closes by 5:30, we close the session.
And Gaurav, just a quick check. Is everyone comfortable till 5:30?
So the original white was till 5, but I think half an hour we can ask them. So I don't think so it will be a big challenge.
Okay. ID team Chirag has just come in, joined us. So you want to assign Chirag to a group?
No, I guess from where it got changed actually.
Oh no, I think everyone's exiting, so they've left the group. I think Pooja, you're on mute.
Ma'am.
Yeah, I was there in Rahul's room, and a very good interactive session, there. And I requested everybody to switch on their cameras. I could see, really good looking faces. Shirja, Chirag, Shantanu was leading the discussion. Dhananjay, everybody participating very actively. I'm sure in Kapil's room also a very energetic discussion would have taken place. So moving ahead, how did the conversation go? How did the conversation go? Who would like to tell? Let's start with Rahul's room first. I think Shantanu can brief us in the best possible way because he was coordinating all the discussions out there. Shantanu, you would like to tell us what happened? What is the issue with the whole situation there?
Yeah, first and foremost, all that they don't have any interpersonal relationship between them. So, and apart from that, there is no open communication is also not there. So, so that's why the main issues are there, that the flow of communication and understanding each other is not there, right? And the issue exists. Why it is exist? Because they don't have any communication between themselves. So Kapil is not aware what issue Rahul is facing, what challenges Rahul is facing. Rahul is also not aware why Kapil is late and why he has not informed. So until and unless there is an open communication between them, so this kind of issues will exist, because both of them are having egoistic approach. He is not asking why you are late. He is not asking why do you want a meeting. So that needs to be resolved. And possible solution to fix the issue, yes, they should openly discuss. And as a team member, Rahul should go to Kapil and ask him ki any issue, why you have not attended the meeting, you have come late. Is there any issue? As a leader, he should go to his team member and ask whether he is facing any issue.
So according to Shantanu, as per the discussion in the Rahul's room, ego issue is the main issue. And then you've talked about lack of communication and not very strong interpersonal relations that exist in this work scenario.
Right.
Am I right when I conclude out of the discussions of this room?
Absolutely.
So I would say weak interpersonal relations is what you pointed out. Okay. Now, may I request someone from Kapil's room, all those playing Kapil's character, what is your point of view? Now, you have Kapil's situation with you. Yes, who is going to help us know what is Kapil's perspective? From Kapil's team, it's preferable if we connect with voice, and I would love to see everybody on the camera if that is possible, at least when you are speaking, because it helps me to connect better with you. So wherever possible, please switch on your camera and let's connect virtually. We do not have that option of meeting in a physical mode, but let's, with the camera on, it's a better connection. It helps us to understand better. From Kapil's team, anyone from Kapil's team?
If no one is going ahead, then I'll share. This is Shubham.
Shubham. Hi, Shubham, and good to see you. A
Yeah.
really colorful background that is there.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, Shubham.
So, Kapil is going through a personal, I'll say, turmoil. He's not having the best of the time in terms of he has recently been separated. So the major issue between Kapil and his reporting manager is the lack of trust. So I can understand now, I can correlate after hearing the other situation as well, that there is completely a lack of trust between between Kapil and the other person, Rahul. So why it arises? Because they have not been interacting. Yes, in a way that there has been a weak interpersonal skills. Like being part of the same team, you should be open to each other, which is really lacking in this particular example. So both of them are not sharing their own personal, I'll say the issues which they have been facing. And how it can be avoided, we discussed that particular aspect as well, that how it can be avoided, that Kapil should go directly and talk to his reporting manager Rahul, tell him that this is the situation he's currently in, and he needs some time. He needs that empathy from Rahul also, and from the organization also, to overcome that situation, and then he can be more productive. He can be more.
Okay, Shubham, excellent and very relevant insights, I would say, both from Rahul's team and Kapil's team coming up. We have talked about issues like lack of communication, the issues, I have highlighted here in blue from Rahul's team. Lack of communication is there. Sorry, please ignore the spelling error here. It is weak interpersonal relations that exist, and ego hassles is also what Rahul's team talks about. From Kapil's perspective, if you look at the situation, like Shubham has consolidated and summarized the thoughts of his team, and they have said that there is lack of trust and hardly any interactions taking place, and also lack of interpersonal skills. The possible solutions which both of the teams have given at this point of time is that they should talk directly and solve the issue. Now, let's also have just a second. Let's also see what is the complete picture and then see if it changes our thoughts. So I hope all of you can see here what is the complete scenario. If I read it out for you, Rahul is a team leader leading a team of developers. His team's workload has suddenly increased as he has taken on new targets that require a significant stretch. So he approaches and arranges to meet Kapil for a new project discussion at 10:30. Now Kapil is late, and Kapil cannot explain the reason for the same to Rahul. Kapil is going through a very bad phase in his marriage. He is recently separated from his wife, as we can see. He needs to take care of his bedridden mother, and he also has a 5-year-old son to take care of. He has called his sister from his native village to help him in the household chores. Now, all these things were earlier not there, in Rahul's perspective when we had this breakout room activity. So now his mother has to be taken for dialysis today, and he has arranged things at home. He has to orient his sister, and he also has to, ensure that the son is dropped to school. And he had a quite disturbing night yesterday also. Now, out of all this, he realizes that he has mistakenly skipped the meeting and he suggests a different time for the same to Rahul. Around mid of the day, Rahul receives a new mail from Kapil and he suggests to meet at a different time, but Rahul declines the meeting. So again, a very quick 30 seconds sharing from Rahul's team. All those Shantanu and all those in Rahul's team, Chirag, Shirija and all others. So has your perspective changed? Now, how do we look at this situation? Yes, team. Team
Yes, it has
NIXI,
been changed.
Rahul's team NIXI.
Yeah, it has been changed because as a team of Rahul, Rahul must have understood that there is some issue with Kapil. But since Kapil has not shared it and didn't, ask for a explanation or something. But yes, now it is completely changed. So I'm sure when Rahul would be knowing this, as I said, that Rahul will be going to Kapil and pat on his back and say, ki, yes, let us sit some other day and let us have this meeting.
Okay. Now, my question here. You have said that when Rahul will come to know, he will do it. And how will Rahul come to know? You are Rahul. So what attempt from your end?
Because in the last time also I said that Rahul will go to Kapil. Rahul is the leader of the team, so
Yes.
he should not have any ego within him that I am the leader and everybody will come to me and reports to me. So Rahul should go to Kapil and ask him, what is the reason why you have not replied back to me?
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, great. Kapil's team, how has the perspective changed? Kapil's team, how has the perspective changed? If there is any change?
So, if I talk personally about me, I don't think there has been a change because from Kapil's perspective, definitely he was at a fault because if 10:30 was the meeting and if he's getting delayed, he should have informed. That's what we discussed. That's what I shared internally in the Kapil room also. That if he's running late, he should inform. Irrespective of the reasons, he should keep his boss informed that yes, I'm running late. You asked me to reach 10:30, but I'm running late. So now having this perspective, definitely there is a kind of a context to it now.
But I think there's one more point here.
Yeah.
Sometimes the situation is like that. It's difficult for the other person to inform, or sometimes the personal life become your priority at that point of time. Your family needs you. So there could be a situation wherein the person is stuck in that situation wherein he's not able to inform on time. So I think that understanding has to also be established between the leaders and the within the teams.
Absolutely, Nitin. Nitin, you were in which team?
Anybody,
No, Nitin,
I was in the Kapil's team.
Kapil's team. So your perspective is also quite relevant, and thank you for sharing it. And with that only, Nitin, we move forward to understanding. Now that we've all realized, we've seen the complete picture, and I'm sure all of you are with me when I say that here Rahul needs to climb down the ladder of inference.
Dr. Pooja, Rajiv this side.
Yes.
I'm in a Kapil team, and after reading the final communication from your side, I realized it's not a relation between a team leader and the team member. It's the relation between a personal as well. So each other can talk each other and resolve the issue, because Kapil is also disturbed due to their family background and all the problem they are facing. Maybe they miss due to this region also. So Rahul going to talk with the Kapil. Either Kapil go to talk with her. There is maybe a reduce ego and reduce the gap of communication as well.
Absolutely, totally agree upon that, Rajiv. A fantastic, insight that you've shared, because you started with that it is not only related to the work scenario that one is a team lead or one is a team member. See, when we are working, and especially the last 1.5 years has made us realized that in the unprecedented times that we are working in, it is very important. We cannot miss out on the personal dimensions which are involved in the workplace. At the end of the day, it is all human behavior, it is all human interactions, and we all are the ones who are occupying the various positions in the organization. So that dimension cannot be done away with, and it is very important how we integrate very strong interpersonal skills at our workplace also. So let's help Rahul climb down this ladder. Now, the very first step is that, like we all agreed in the discussion, Rahul has to recognize his bias at this point of time. Many a times we have limited understanding of what realities others face. So once we be more mindful, maybe something has happened. Most of you had a very good suggestion that why he does not pick up the phone and talk to Kapil instead of, forming his own perspectives about Kapil. So we need to be mindful, take a step back, reflect, and make a conscious effort to climb down the ladder. It's good to inquire to clarify times. Probably a simple phone call to Kapil, he could have inquired what is going on and why, what are the probable reasons that why he missed out on that meeting. When we are making interpretations, it's important to question our own assumptions and conclusions, because then only with that pause when we take and we question our own strongly held assumptions, we make a conscious effort to climb down this ladder. In every situation, we should also try to look out for contrary data. For example, looking at from Rahul's perspective only, he did not know that what all challenges Kapil is facing in his personal life, and that particular day when his sister also had to come, and a plethora of events going on in his life. Probably a simple phone call from Rahul's side could have made Kapil's life also easier, or vice versa also. If Kapil could have just spoken for a 30 seconds, or could have dropped a message that why he is not able to connect on time, or probably he could have requested for a different time. All these things could have made the situation better. So these are certain things which we can, in our understanding for others and to build on strong relationships both in personal and professional lives, these are the certain steps that we can follow. Now, moving ahead to a very interesting part of the session is where we will be assessing. Each of us is very different sitting here in this cohort, a group, I am different from others in the group here. And similarly, all of us hold a different personality. Based on the research and inspired by this framework, we have come out with 4 main personality types. I'm sure all of you have the participant handbook. I will also be sharing it on the screen. But in case you have missed out taking the printout of it, please keep a pen and paper, because in few seconds from now, we'll be doing the assessment. Keep a blank paper and a pen ready with you so that you can jot down your points. I always feel, when we understand people, when we make an attempt to understand situations, when we understand what, why, and how of situations, when we understand what is triggering action, without this sincere attempt, we can very effectively move ahead in our journey of understanding others. So with that, please take out your participant handbook, print out if you have, refer to page 9 of that participant handbook. I'll be sharing the handbook with you and guiding you, and we will be completing our assessment. And it's very important for everyone to take on that assessment, because the session ahead will be based on which personality type we are. So just sharing the screen here. IT team, is my participant handbook visible here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Yes,
participants, we are on the page 9 of this handbook. Give me a green tick if all of you have this handbook with you, or you can see, in case you don't have a printout, you are ready with a page, a blank paper and a pen. Please give me a green tick. This is the most important assessment for this session, which will set the tone for the remaining session. I want all of you to identify your personality types at this point of time. I can see green ticks flowing in here. Would want everyone to be involved in this assessment, please. Yes. So as you can see here, there are 24 rows on page 9, and each row has 4 describing words. So in each row, you have to circle the word that best describes you. For example, row 1 says restrained, forceful, careful, and expressive. Now for me, if I have to choose, I will circle expressive. So you choose the word, circle the word in each row. if you do not have a printout of this, just note down which columns word are you circling. Is it B or is it D or is it C or A in each row? And just write that. Once we are through with it, we circle a word in each row which best describes us. We will move on to sheet 10, page 10, which is your scoring sheet. For example, in row 1, I had circled the word D, that is expressive. So I will put that circle here. Am I clear? Any doubts, please ask me. Please feel free to connect and ask me. Once again, for everyone, I'll be explaining. If I have circled a word in that page and it is D here, so I circle D here. And then I will go on, move on to total. How many circles I have in each column? How many circles I have in each column? The highest total will be my personality type, D, I, S, or R. Let's give ourselves quick 5 minutes for this assessment. Anyone who's missed out on the mail of participant handbook can see the scoring sheet and the main table here. That is the reason I've shared my screen.
Please go to point number 8. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any queries, please feel free to connect with me.
In case we select 2 options.
We have to select one option in each row, the word which best describes you.
Okay.
So choose the best one. Please let me know when I have to scroll it a little down. Take your time because this is the most important part of the session, your assessments. Somebody is trying to say something?
Please scroll.
Wait.
Okay.
So I've noted down the column number that is A, B, C, or D against each of these.
No, these are not A, B, C, D. Just let me tell you. Just make, if you are doing it on a blank sheet of paper, just make these columns D, I, S, and R. D, okay. I, S, and R. Let everybody, let us give 2 minutes. Everybody circle these words and then I'll take you to the scoring sheet also. So there are 24 rows. One best word describing you has to be circled in each of these rows. Please give me a green tick if you have done this part of the assessment so that we can shift to the scoring sheet. Give me a green tick, participants, if this part has been done, please.
So on row 23, Dr. Pooja, can you explain what is flighty and what is stoic?
So just a second, I'm with the chat. Just give me a minute.
So while Pooja comes up, Nitin, to me, stoic means somebody who sticks on, endures, and flighty is someone who might want to run to the next.
Stoicy is what I absolutely, Vidya, thank you so much. I would say stoicy is somewhere where you are in pain, you are held back, and flighty is some, irresponsible at times or fickle-minded at times.
Stoicy means tolerant also, ma'am.
Tolerant.
Is it tolerant?
Yeah, someone who can tolerate. Stoic.
Yes. Yeah, stoic is you can, manage that suffering, that pain. Yeah. Tolerance is also there, but at times you are a little fickle-minded. You're not able to take decisions. That is flighty.
And okay, flighty means who cannot endure much sufferings and all that. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely. Gets restless at times.
So I think now we can move to the next part.
Okay, so I'm sure all of us have circled the best out here. Just give me a second. Actually, this is a PDF file and my screen is a little hanged up. sorry for the issue out here. Yeah. Yes, so now we have this as a scoring sheet. As I said, we have come up with a framework of 4 personality types. We will be exploring each of these in detail. So make 4 columns if you are doing it on a blank sheet of paper, D, I, S, and R. Now transfer the scores. For example, if in row 1 you have circled on B, then please circle B here. Then you will be circling B here. If in row 2, suppose you have circled on C response, that is the 3rd response, then please circle C here. This way, we will be totaling up all the circles column wise.
So ignore the headings on this title. Just go row by row. Row
Yes.
1, which letter was it? Row 2, which letter was it? Row 3, which letter was it?
You gave a big task, Dr. Pooja.
Yes.
You gave a big task to us.
See, this task is worth the investment, and that is because now you will be enjoying the session ahead, identifying your own type, and also knowing how others are, and you'll be able to find out what their types are also.
Yeah, sure.
So this part of the assessment, we need to invest few minutes here to get good
Excuse me.
returns.
Pooja ma'am, could you
Yeah.
please make me understand the second sheet once again?
The second sheet, okay, sir. Let me relate it from here. Suppose here, sir, in the first row, which word have you circled, sir, in the first row here?
Suppose the D1.
The D1. Okay, expressive is what you've circled here, which comes under D. Okay. Now, as you go to your scoring sheet, you have to find where is D in row 1. So it is here, under the second column, I. So here you will circle D. Am I able to explain, Mr. Shantanu?
Yes. No,
Yes.
I didn't ask. Mr. Negi had asked.
Okay, so sorry.
Can you scroll little?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
So this way we will do for all the 24 rows. Mr. Negi, I'm sure I have answered your query. In case anything else is there. Okay.
Yes. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, most welcome. You can call me Pooja.
Can you scroll down little lower, ma'am?
Yeah, sure, I will.
Huh.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Welcome.
But some little problem is there. So now it is. Can you show us the heading? This is DISR, right?
Yeah, it is DISR. So just mention the heading so that and we'll reveal what does it stand for in just next few minutes.
Because when you scroll down, this heading is not coming.
Yeah. So you can on the top of your sheet you can mention DISR.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
So can you scroll down?
Yeah, sure. I'm doing it. All participants, as you are doing it and you're completing, you can keep giving me green ticks so that I know this part of the page is covered and we can move ahead.
इसके बाद भी है?
So 24 तक है ना? We are till we can see only 18.
Sure.
It seems you're already tired by now.
बाकी दिन टास्क ही चलता है ना मैम?
So it's okay, but please mark my words, you will enjoy the remaining session, once this assessment is complete. Trust me on that.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah.
14.
So दूसरे tasks में हम लोग अपने ऊपर ध्यान नहीं दे पाते. This is a moment to reflect. And today we have an opportunity.
So this ends with 24 rows. Once you have circled in each row or mentioned which is your response, please total up. For example, 7 circles in the column D, just total it up to 7. If you have 10 circles in column I, just write the total as 10. So how many circles? Total it up column wise, please.
Please.
Ma'am, so this is for me, for D it is 8, I is 3, S is 8, R is 5.
So that means it is same for S and D in your case.
Yes.
Can you scroll up, please? Can you scroll
sure.
up? Little?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Sir, it's okay if you have, similar scores in two of these dimensions, two of these types. It's okay. We'll be discussing more about it in just
Could
few minutes.
you share that the numbers again? 8.
D is 8, I is 3, S is 8, R is 5.
That
I'm just
makes it
totaling it. So 8 plus 3 plus
8 plus 5.
plus 5.
24 it comes.
24 हो गया ना?
All those who are through with the totaling and have circled, totaled, and just put under which column you got your highest score. If it is even 2 columns, then even it's fine. D, I, S, or R, which is the highest? Keep a note of it. And please give us a green tick or a thumbs up if it has been completed so that we can move ahead. Shall we move ahead if we are completed with this?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm done. I'm not sure about others.
Yes, others, please give me a green tick if we are through with it.
No, ma'am, no.
Okay, we are there to wait.
Dr. Pooja, if I am not wrong, the similar exercise, there is something called HBDI. So it's the same thing. Herman something is there, I think. It's the same way.
So there are so many personality testings. Just give us a few seconds and we will reveal which framework is this.
Okay.
There's an MBTI framework. There are a lot of tests these days which are coming up. The new ones, MBTI is quite a very traditional framework to be followed. There is a personality type A, personality type B, then the big 5 personality types, many, but we've chosen for this purpose of this session and based on the research, the best and the framework which is inspired by DISC. We will be sharing all the details with you in just few minutes. Participants, please keep giving us green tick as soon as you are through with it so that we can explore each of these personality types in detail further. Anyone who wants us to wait any further is facing any issues, please let us know or we move ahead. So group, shall we move ahead? Okay. I'm sure all of you have now identified where you have the maximum circles. It is D, it is I, it is S, or it is R. You can have same score in 2 of these columns also.
No similar, no same score. It's a different
That's
score.
okay. That's good. If you have a clearly distinct identification out there. Just give me a second. Let me take it to an F5 mode here. Okay. So for the focus of this session, we will be focusing mainly on the 4 main dimensions of human behavior. And these 4 main dimensions include, are you on the outward end, that is, you're always ready to go, or are you more reserved? So out of the 2, are you outward, ready to dive in always into things, ready to take up new things, or are you more reserved? Another dimension that we would be discussing in the course of time is, are you the one who always focuses on getting the result? Task is important for you? Or are you the one for whom the people dimension is important? You are more tuned in to the people and their feelings. So how would you describe yourself? Outward or inward? Task-oriented or people-oriented? Mention that on chat or connect on voice. Share it with us. Which dimension is you can relate more with? Outward, inward, task, or people? Mention on chat or share, connect on voice, please. Yes, participants. People, you have to choose outward or inward, one out of this and one out of task and people. So I can see people writing out here. Great. Shahid says people and inward. Nitin Jolly says outward and people oriented. Nagendra says outward and task oriented. Great. Tejinder says task oriented. Shantanu outward and people oriented. Great, perfect. Now let's further go into understand what are these. Okay. Now based on the assessments that you have done, the D, there were 4 columns. The column D, it stands for driving. That means you are a driver if you have got the maximum total in column D. If you have got your maximum totals in the column I, that means you are an inspirer. If your maximum totals are in the column R, you are a reflector. Your personality type is reflective. If your maximum totals are in the third column, that is S, then you are a supporter. Now, as we can see here, I'm still getting a lot of responses on chat. Great. Now, drivers, as we can see here, they are the people who are more outward and people whose focus is more on getting things done. That is, the task is more, they're more focused on results. They're more focused on task. Inspirers are the one, again, who are outgoing, ready to dive in always, but their focus is more on the people dimension. Supporters are those whose focus is more on the people dimension, but they are more reserved. Reflectors are the people for whom excellence matters the most. We'll be diving into each of these styles in next few minutes. Reflectors are those whose focus is task and they are reserved. So let's understand each of these styles in detail. But at the outset, I would like to mention, none of the style is good or bad. Each one has their own strengths and weaknesses. All these 4 personality types have been inspired by the famous DISC framework. And each of the styles can be equally effective depending upon how effectively you can modify your behavior to suit the needs of the others. Let's understand each of these styles in detail. Drivers, at this point of time, all the participants who are drivers, please raise your hand. All the participants who have got the highest score in the column D, they are the drivers. Would request you to raise up your hands, please. Let us see in this cohort how many drivers are there. Okay, so as I can see, Ajit, Shantanu, Nagendra, 3 drivers. Okay, more and more. To share with all of you, my predominant personality style is also for driver, so I am in your group. Dishant, Nitin Sharma, again drivers here. Can we make it a little more interesting if I can request you to change your Zoom name to, for example, if Shantanu is a driver, can you change your Zoom name Shantanu as driver Shantanu? Can we do that?
I have one problem because D and I have got same numbers.
Okay, so probably you can understand here as we move forward to what are the characteristics of driver and also what are the characteristics of inspirer. And, you know, we take up these personality types predominantly. That means, you know, you are sharing both the characteristics of a driver and an inspirer also. But you will have to figure out for yourself in which situations you adopt the role of a driver more, and in which of the situations it is more of the Shantanu as an inspirer.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, so we will be taking that up, but as of now, if you could put your this as a driver, and if in the course of time, if you feel, you know, you have more characteristics of an inspirer often, then you can change your name.
Right.
Because, you know, in the activities ahead, we will now be dividing into groups where all drivers will be together and all inspirers, and similarly, all reflectors and all supporters will be together in the groups. So request you on, I am sure all of you are comfortable with changing your Zoom name. There are 3 dots next to your profile. And you can rename.
Hello, Pooja ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I've got also same numbers on D and I.
D and I, very good.
D and I.
So never mind, sir. As of now, you can change your name to driver. But when we discuss inspirer, and probably you feel that you are most of the times you are in the shoes of an inspirer, absolutely okay that time.
Okay, so for now, I should change the Zoom name to driver.
Yes, absolutely, with your first name. For example, driver Pooja. Let me also change
that name. How to change that name?
Again, in your profile where you can see your, obviously your video is not on, but on the right side, you have on the top right side, there are 3 dots as I can see. And when you click on that dots,
click on
the last option
is
Yes. The last option is to rename. Yes, Nitin has done it. Driver Nitin Sharma. Very good. As I can see here, it would be interesting if you share your names, or if you mention on chat that you are a driver. That also works if you are unable to share your name. Our backend IT team will divide you into drivers group then for the purpose of breakout room activities. If you're unable to do that here, let me change my name also here. So I'm sure it is visible here. I have also changed my name. So let's begin understanding who all are the drivers. Driver Shahid, great. Mention on chat also so that our IT team is able to divide you into the groups accordingly. Okay, so let's quickly understand. We've taken a lot of time in assessments, and I'm sure that is going to help us in the discussion ahead. Now let's explore each of these styles. Being a driver. So all those drivers here and others also can contribute to the discussion. What are your special characteristics as a driver you feel? What are your special characteristics to all the drivers? Driver Dishant, driver Nagendra, driver Nitin, Shantanu, or what are your special characteristics? Let's connect on voice quickly. Yes, what do you think, are the key characteristics which you have, which makes you special?
Perseverance for me.
Perseverance. Okay, great. What else? What are the key characteristics you feel, are special for your personality types? All the drivers, driver Disha, Nagendra, Nitin, Shantanu, many drivers here. I can see me myself. For example, I would say for me, it is the result of things, the outcome that is very important. As a driver, I feel this is what makes, my personality type special.
Getting things done.
Yes.
Somehow by hook or crook, things should be done.
Yes, by hook or by crook, the things to be done, the result matters. Okay, what else?
And Shantanu, perseverance is interesting, right? So perseverance, would you rather persevere for a goal that is hard to reach, or persevere for getting something done perfectly?
No, I would rather accept the challenge, and then I'll go ahead and try it.
I'm with you. So climbing Himalaya is much more interesting than doing a painting which requires 10,000 brush strokes.
Yeah, absolutely interesting question, but rather I would like to put it now, and to become NIXI, a top 200 tech company would be
much more interesting.
Yeah,
I'm with you. So we all persevere, but the reason why we persevere is different based on the personality type. So I think that's important to know.
Absolutely, very well said. I really appreciate Nitin.
Great
Any
insight,
more insights? Accepting challenges is one of those. Hook or crook, getting the results, perseverance, as Nitin has elaborated more on it. Brilliant. Any other insights from all the drivers here in this cohort?
So I have a question for drivers. Drivers, what does your office look like?
Nitin, can I answer? I'm also a driver here.
Yeah.
Always formal and busy. We're always occupied, multitasking. I'm sure all the other drivers would agree with me or have a different perspective.
5-second meeting, and you have trophies on the wall for accomplishments that you've won.
Yeah, true.
Are all the drivers, do they feel that they are into multitasking most of the time, delegating most of the time, and also making people accountable when they are delegating? Do you agree with me, all the drivers here?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. So as drivers, we see, we love getting things done. Our focus is on the task. Immediate results is what we want. And we love to accept challenges in our work. And like Nitin said, climbing a Himalaya would give us, that push more than painting, with using 100 paints and coming out with a painting. Then we do what our strengths is something that challenges our status quo. We want to be innovative, and that is our strength. We generally look for quick solutions to the problems. We don't want to spend time understanding the problem that much, where we focus more on the solutions. What do they like? Again, drivers we just said, Nitin just said, we would want to have more and more trophies there on our walls. So we prefer projects that produce tangible results, and we look for the outcomes. Personal evaluation should be based on results and not primarily focusing on methods. Likes freedom and less of supervision. Anybody with other than this perspective, please feel free to connect with us on voice or mention on chat, please. Now, what do they dislike here? Since we are very innovative, we dislike routine work. We dislike when we lose control of the situation, when someone is trying to take advantage of us in that situation. The greatest fears is to lose control, and when we are manipulated, that is our greatest fear. Now, what motivates us is the new challenges. Definitely multitasking at the same time, something that is more challenging for us. That is what is motivating for us. Any of the drivers who would like to add something out here? We have missed out on any of the points and you would like to add here?
Yeah, drivers are sometimes become obsessive with their work.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. They can become obsessive with their work, and at times, if you agree with me, they reach the burnout stage also soon at times.
I think that's a great one. They look at challenge everywhere, even when there may not be a challenge.
Yes, absolutely.
Aaj raat ko kya khana khaएं? Let me figure out the master chef पे मैंने क्या देखा था उसको बनाते हैं. चुपकी दाल चावल से काम चल जाए. So that's interesting. Okay, Dr. Pooja, I just want to do justice to the others as well. So
yes.
let's drive forward.
Let's move. Yeah, let's move to the inspirers. So all those who are inspirers, those who have got a highest total in the second column, they are the inspirers. Please change your Zoom name to your first name with inspirer, and also mention on chat who all are the inspirers if you are unable to change your name.
And as we are doing that, you can just go ahead and describe what we are.
What are the what is it that makes inspirers special? So this question is for all the inspirers. All the inspirers, what is it that is so special about you? I can see a lot of inspirers here again on the chat and with the names. Supratik is an inspirer. Supratik, can we have from you, what is it that you feel is special about your personality type? Akash is an inspirer.
Outgoing and people oriented.
Yeah. Outgoing and people oriented. Yes. What else?
The edge. Yeah. Okay.
What else? You are outgoing. You love interacting with people. What else? People focus is quite high. You generally like the key insights for drivers are R square. I say it is result and respect that they seek. The inspirers, they seek more admiration and recognition from their peer group. They are enthusiastic, they are charming, they are social. They motivate. Their strengths are that they motivate others to achieve more. They can work well, they can drive people in their team. So they tend out to become good team leads. They tend out to work better in the teams which require bonding. They love to interact well with others, involvement with people. They are happy when they are able to make a favorable impression on others. Any other thoughts by the inspirers here in this cohort? What makes inspirer so special and different?
I think inspirer, they believe in having a result oriented approach, and they believe in teams.
They believe in teams. Yes.
They don't believe that it's an individual win. They always motivate their teams and try to make the entire show as a team show rather than an individual show.
Absolutely. Yeah. So collectivism, if I say, is what they follow.
Jolly,
than individualism.
Jolly, and if you get an idea in a team meeting from the team member, that excites you, right? That makes you feel happy. Am I right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I will always try to be as close to my team members to understand their needs and also motivate them. So move forward along with them, not leaving them behind. That
I
should
can vouch for that because I'm Jolly Sir's team member.
thank
Yeah.
you.
So, Prateek, every time you give an idea, Jolly Sir is feeling more energy. Huh?
Yeah, he's very receptive to the ideas, and in terms of the whole team, he really keeps us engaged extremely
With
well.
you.
One
And,
more
and Jolly,
thread.
there's a lot of sense of flexibility as well. You're okay with going in one direction or another. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you
Your
don't
office,
understand
your,
the
your
team
office
will-
has 10 chairs.
Mhm.
You like everyone to come in and sit with you,
Yes.
brainstorm.
Yes. Discussions are very important,
Discussions are very important. That's your source of energy. Sorry, there was another comment coming in. I interrupted.
One more trait inspirers have. That is, they are very extrovert to the core.
Very right.
Absolutely. They are the
Very
people,
right.
you know, who are very good orators, and they do really well in jobs which require good communication skills, all the promotional jobs where teamwork has to be done. And as Nitin rightly said, if there are 10 chairs, you want all 10 chairs to be occupied, during the most part of the day. You love to work with people, and team bonding is very important for you as an inspirer. And what motivates you is the social recognition that you receive from the people around you, the appreciation that you receive from the people around you, and you love to engage in all activities where group work is there, and you value relationships above all. So all the inspirers, any other perspective before we move ahead to supporters?
I think interesting. So the point I'd like to highlight is, for drivers, if you walk up to them and say, this is a process oriented thing that we have to do, just to get it right, that's where you're losing them, right? If you position it as a challenge, they get interested, right? It'll be a challenge to get this process right. They are interested, right?
Yes.
Whereas for an inspirer, they are, if they ask in a team meeting, there's a question and the team doesn't have an idea, that is where they start to feel demotivated. It doesn't have to be the leader of the team, it can be anyone in the team, right? Whereas if it's even if it's a wrong idea, they feel inspired. Okay, great, interesting, the team is thinking. So inspirers, you go to them with ideas. Go ahead, Pooja.
Yeah. So we move on to understand the third personality type, that is the supporters. All the supporters, please mention on chat who all are supporters, and please change your Zoom name so that we can see. Shahid is a supporter.
Shahid also has the short-term goal. Shahid also has the short-term goal of making NIXI a best place to work. So I can understand why now.
That's fantastic.
Well identified.
Praveen is also a supporter out here. So can we have some insights from the supporters? What are your special characteristics? Which traits describe you the best quickly? All the supporters here in this cohort. Yes, the supporters. What describes you the best? Supporters.
So Shahid, your office, Shahid,
Yes,
it has pictures of your family, no?
Yeah, it is.
Family and friends, they are on speed dial. You must have asked everyone how they're doing during the challenge that we are facing.
You're right.
I'm with you. You draw your energy from people and being out there, reaching out, understanding people. Your happiness is when people are happy. That is when you start to feel happy.
Perfectly said. That's the main thing. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. So if given challenge or a task, right, to a driver, you say this goal is impossible to achieve. They will say, that's my cup of tea. An inspirer, you say, this is a very new idea, and let's brainstorm about this project. They are inspired. They want to engage. To a supporter, the team really wants this, right? That's when they say, fantastic, let's talk about this. I'm really energized. Yeah, carry on, Dr. Pooja, you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely, Nitin. Really, brilliant insights from your end. They are the people who are the backbone of any team. They will be supporting their team in the, all through thick and thin, and they are people focuses there. Like you rightly said, friends, family comes first for them. All the supporters, I'm sure you would agree with me that, what you like is a continued and a very stable environment. When changes are there in your environment, that is where it really somehow or the other it bothers you, because you want to go in for a very methodical sort of a working and a very stable kind of a work environment. Do you agree with this perspective, all the supporters?
I am 100% agree with you, ma'am, because I am working in NIXI last 14 years.
Oh wow! So you are accustomed to the work environment here, and you want to continue. So
you have a sense of belonging with the people, right?
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. And I would say supporters, they may be okay with change as long as they can see the benefit from the people perspective on the change.
Yes, absolutely.
If people will be in a better place, more growth, happier, they would not stop from the change. They will in fact be champions.
Absolutely.
Rajiv, does that ring true, or am I saying something wrong?
I got yeah. It's absolutely right, Nitin, and I agree with you.
Dr. Pooja, in the starting, you have told that you have expertise towards people management aspects and all, and you may have taken a lot of training. So when it comes to supporters, like the group or the mindset of supporters, so I think it's better to they can do a better people management as compared to other groups, or how it is?
So like I said in the starting, if you ask my opinion, since I've worked with a lot of clients and my area is out and out HR. So I told at the starting of when we were doing this assessment, no style is good or bad. How we modify our behavior to suit the needs of the others. Every personality type can be effective. It is not that only supporters can do well when they have to deal with people. Inspirers do a wonderful job, and even drivers, because when we say that drivers achieve results, now they are achieving results when they work with people. Nobody works in the organization alone. It is only their way at how they look at things and how they work that makes the difference. Now if we have to get the best out of the supporters, we need to give them a little stable environment, a methodical approach, a group of people, because they value friendliness, they value sincere appreciation. So if we provide them with this kind of an environment, I think they will do their best. So we need to understand what drives each personality type and in what brings out the best in them.
So I think short answer to your question is yes. You can assume that some personality types will do better because of some strengths they naturally have, right? But each personality type also has a weakness. So if I talk about supporters in general, right, they may be actually too worried about people to act on something that may actually be beneficial to people. So if NIXI needs to grow rapidly, supporters may protect people that no, let's not go through so much change. Let's slow down because people cannot absorb that change. Now that view is important, right? But I'm saying that their natural inclination will be to protect. You see what I mean? Yeah. So you have to see every style has its strength and weakness. And often you may be starting off in university with a particular style which you're free to express. Then as you experience work life, you adapt and you grow and you decrease the weakness and you take care of that and you develop your strengths. So this is just making us aware, and we'll talk about overall what implications this has in a bit. Yeah.
I'd like to pitch in here. I think there's no set in stone style of your personality. You can always change. And in terms of the numbers that you got, Shahidji, in this test itself, it shows that you are an amalgamation of all 4 types of personality. Just one of them is dominant. So definitely you can work on them. We can always, co-create and take aspects from different personalities and build them into our own character.
Yeah. That's a great insight, Supradeep.
And as Nitin, as Shantanu has also mentioned it on chat, improvisation is the key. So we keep on, adding the best of the things. We keep on learning, and that is why we are here today. We keep on learning and growing all throughout, and that is the key to success. So whatever are our fears, greatest fears, why we are here in the session, when we discuss this, probably, we recognize them more and we work more and we make action plans to further overcome these fears and work towards the best. Moving on to the next personality type, those who have got the highest scores in the R column, they are the reflectors. They are the ones who are the reflectors. So all the reflectors, please change your Zoom name to your first name and reflector, and also mention on chat. So let us see who all are the reflectors out here. All the reflectors, please raise your hand. I can still see hands raised of the driver group. I find very few reflectors out here in this group. Okay, all the reflectors, what are your special characteristics? Anyone wants to share their perspective out here? Any reflector?
So reflectors are inward and task oriented, right? Which is, if is there anyone who's a reflector?
Yes,
Shubham.
supportive was just one behind that. So 9
Got
and
it.
8. So
Got
9
it.
restrictive and 8 when supportive.
I had that sense. I thought there was a supportive in you as well. So as a reflector, would you feel that if any task is worth doing, it's worth doing 100% accurately?
Right, to an extent, yes. At times it becomes I become cautious before undertaking any activity. So
I'm with you. And so here's the thing, right? We can have a great vision, we can make a big leap going towards it, but if there is a lot of risk associated with it, then you got to turn to a reflector to understand what is the risk, right? Because they will have a plan in mind. They will know the 10 steps or 100 steps that you need to take to achieve something. They'll get into the detail, right? Shubham, am I directionally right?
right, yes, you know it better, but yes, what you are saying is right.
Yeah. So they like to be precise, and they can be calm provided they know how they're going to achieve something. So they know all the steps or all the journey, if you will. So if you want to go for voice of reason, of assessment, then a reflector is the one to get you there. Go ahead, Pooja.
Yeah. So as very rightly, Nitin, you.
Oh, my favorite question. So Shubham's office, what does it look like? I'm guessing that it's very clean space. It has, maybe the thing that he's working on at the moment, and maybe some Gantt charts or project management charts, or a stepwise work plan. Am I right or wrong?
No, you are like you are not right. I'll say if you walk into my office, you will find all the papers lying there on the table, because there are
multiple things that I'm wrong. I'm wrong. So fair enough. And you said your second one was supportive, huh?
Yeah, second one was supportive.
Got it. So you're a reflector supporter. Yeah.
Shubham, you may be found more in other people's offices, working with them, than in your office, maybe.
Probably.
So as
and when we get into reviews, Shubham, a discussion around updates or project updates, is that something where you would encourage the team to get into detail?
Right.
I'm with you. Yeah. Okay. Pooja, back to you.
Yeah. Thank you. It was actually very interesting, Shubham, your insights and Nitin's, final conclusion.
Anyone who's reflective.
Yeah. So the strengths that all the reflectors have, that they are very organized, they are very creative in their thought, and they work well where excellence matters the most to them, and they love doing things 100% to the perfection. Their focus is on correctness, accuracy. So you give them a task which requires a high level of accuracy, and they will do wonders in that. And moving ahead here.
So, and the other thing I would like to emphasize is, one part of building trust is credibility, being, doing what you say you will do, actually getting the success. And reflectors contribute heavily to that, right? Because they have a plan on how to get there, which is well thought through from all angles, right? So I just wanted to put that into context for reflectors also. Go ahead, Pooja.
Hearing all others, sorry if I can just say that, hearing all others, looking at the personalities or looking at the behavioral aspects of other inspirers or drivers, I'll say that a team need all four. So unless you have a mix of all the four, you'll not be able to work as a team.
Absolutely.
You're absolutely right. And I'm just going to go back to Mr. Jain's point on diversity. And I'm just going to expand the diversity mindset. Diversity is not just about race. It's not just about language. It's not just about gender, right? Even though gender is the big thing right now in India, race is the big thing in America, and so on. Diversity is also about these personality types. And, later on, if, we continue to work with NIXI, we can talk about other forms of diversity as well. But in your team, if there are these personality types, as Shubham rightly concluded, your team is a better team as a result because of the different opinions. The drivers are challenging us. The supporters are making sure that the people can feel comfortable delivering on that challenge, and the inspirers are making sure that all ideas are being heard, and the reflectors are making sure that we get there. So these are all the four that are important. Go ahead, Pooja.
Yeah. So moving ahead, we can summarize for the reflectors. What motivates them is where, the work of high quality has to be done, but they would prefer a limited social interaction as against the inspirers who would love to interact with people and get the work done. They are more detail oriented. Logical organization of the information is where they focus, and they want to be right, and they want to work where excellence matters the most. Now, having understood each of these styles in detail, I'm just curious to know, when your personality type is a driver, how would you be friends, and if your friend is a reflector, what kind of, relationship would that be? Or for example, if a supporter is married, say, to a driver, what kind of relationship would that be? So we have challenges with each personality type, when it interacts with the other personality types. So let's do a very interesting breakout room activity.
Just a quick time check, actually. So Shubham, Shantanu, just a quick time check. How much more time do we have?
So as per the original schedule, we were supposed to wind it up around 5, but it's all 7 now. So we can. You tell us how much time do you need? Half an hour would be fine. 5:30, 5:35.
5:30 is fine. We can end at 5:30. Is that okay with everyone? Should we just do a quick check?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone has an issue, actually, just let us know, and feel free to let us know.
No, 5:30 seems fine. Not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. And if anyone does have an issue, just let us know. We will figure out a way. Dr. Pooja, I think for the sake of understanding, would you rather do a breakout at this moment? Because I don't think we've allocated the breakout rooms yet, right?
Okay. We can do a discussion out here, since time is becoming a challenge out here. So probably we can have a quick voice discussion, and that will help us to understand the things better. So let's do a very quick discussion. I would request all the drivers, supporters, inspirers, and reflectors to be involved. Now let's discuss, what works well with each of these groups and what doesn't work well, and how each of these personality types can be better engaged. Now, to start with drivers, what challenges
Can I
they face?
actually rephrase the question? I think the most important question here, given time, could be let's talk about drivers, and then let's talk about what conflict or what conflict can happen, right? So what are the weaknesses of drivers and what conflict can happen, right? So would the drivers like to share what could be weaknesses?
Nitin, in that case, you want us to cover this part? If I'm right, this is what you intend to do right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've covered weaknesses, actually. I'm going to rephrase, apologies. So you've covered that for drivers, there is a challenge in, if they don't see a challenge, then they feel it's not worth their time, right?
Yeah.
So what can you point out for drivers, which personality type can have a conflict? Is it inspirer, supportive, reflective?
Yes, would want the cohort to please engage in a voice discussion. If in case that's a not very comfortable option, then please mention on chat all the drivers. How do you think
drivers will be comfortable speaking up?
Yeah.
I'm not a
Yeah,
driver,
go ahead.
but I can, if I can comment, maybe.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I think is that probably the drivers are goal oriented and more focused towards the end result. So there might be a contradiction with the supporter. That's what my viewpoint is, because supporters are more towards people orientation, and they support people and they understand and they have some empathy, more empathy. I would not say the drivers don't have empathy. So they are more empathetic. So maybe they can sometimes in situations arises where they tend to be more people oriented rather than goal oriented. So they might give a little bit of space. So those conditions could be contradicting for supporters and drivers.
Brilliant. So absolutely well recognized. Now, supportive, or can we just get a perspective on drivers, right? Drivers, how should supportive approach you so that they bring out the best in you? You're thinking about a challenge, they're thinking about a people issue. How should they approach you so that they bring out the best in you? We avoid the conflict. Yeah.
Supporters should be aligned with the the goals which has been taken by the team. So right. So I think when it's correct that end result has to be done, because that's why we are there. That's why you are there. That's why I'm here. So that has to be there. But yes, if any issue or something, if any issue crop up, that's fine. But nevertheless, we have to work on a schedule and we have to complete our tasks. So supporters should understand that and work on that regime.
Great. So I recognize, look, this is the target. Let's not ignore it, right? The target is there, right? I know people are getting impacted because of X, Y, Z. What can we do to support the people so that we can reach the target? That's the kind of language which a driver may be more open to. Shantanu, your thoughts?
I just said that. Yes.
Oh, you just said it. Okay. Yeah, that was raised hand. Yeah. Fair enough. So did I conclude right on your point?
Absolutely. You are dot on.
So one more thing, supportive, they can share the insights. They can share because they are in the supportive function. They are supportive personality. They can share the insights.
I'm with you. So here is the insight, because remember, the driver is interested in reaching the goal, right? If something stops us from reaching the goal and we have insight, the driver will want to hear that, right? And if you also have a solution, that's even more fantastic, right? So here is the challenge that we have on people. If we do this, we will remove the challenge. the driver is sitting at the edge of the seat saying, yes, let's go for it, and then they will support you fully because you figured out a way to reach the goal. So great input there, Shubham. Reflective also has an issue with driver, right? Reflectives, what could be the issue out here with the driver? Any of the reflectives want to contribute? Yeah, some of us have raised their hand. Oh, do we have reflectors here?
Nitin, if I can contribute here.
I'd just like to hear from the participants if I can. Yeah, Nagendra, you had a thought, or was that earlier? Ajit has a thought. Ajit, Nagendra, whoever wants to go first, go ahead. Yeah, you're on mute.
Sorry, I was away.
No problem.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was away. I could not understand. I mean,
no worries. We are just trying to understand where conflict can happen and how do you resolve it. So for reflectors, right, you want a plan. The driver is interested in the challenge, right? So there is a conflict. Let's reach $10 million, and you are scratching your head saying, but yeah, how do we get there? Let's figure out the plan first. Let's slow down. Let's give me 3 days to make sure that the plan is set so that I can feel comfortable, right? Drivers, how can reflective bring out the best in you on this score?
Actually, you are absolutely correct. Reflective characters, what I have understood that they contemplate more on how to do the things, the interplan and all those stuffs. But at the same time, drivers wants to start the journey. Let's start, then we'll see what happens. If any issue or if any obstacle is there, we'll see at that point of time. So correct. So reflective characters, that's the entire thing should be, all these characters should be in sync for a project or for a target. Until and unless they are all in sync, that won't happen. Every organization would be having these 4 type of characters.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. So drivers can bring out the best by saying, look, we may not be clear about the 100 steps we're going to take, but this goal, is it worth achieving? If it is, let's make a beginning.
Yeah.
And there'll be problems for sure. कहते हैं ना military में no plan meets the enemy. So let's figure it out. Any other thoughts from reflectors on how can you bring out the best in drivers?
So I'll again go back to that point which I discussed in supportive, that the kind of because the kind of insights which are required to undertake any activity, or planning which is required to undertake any activity, that cohesion or that teamwork is required between drivers and reflective.
Drivers and reflective, yeah. And here I would go on the
achieve the common goal.
I'm with you, and I would err on for those of us with a driver boss, right? Have your insight, but also have a solution. Think about a solution. So drivers like to hear things getting solved, challenges overcome, right? So have that additional thought in mind. Here is my insight, and here is how we could tackle it, right? For sure, that'll be one additional support that you are doing to bring out the best in drivers. Great. Should we move on to the next personality type? Because then we'll repeat the conflict, and we'll be able to understand that better as well. Go ahead on the next one.
Yes, it's the inspirers now.
Right. Inspirers and drivers. What's the conflict? Or are they the best of friends?
Since I have got the same numbers in both the things, so I'd like to, reserve my comments on this.
Right. Any of the inspirers? Can I check with the inspirers? Do you change your mind often? Are you sometimes too flexible?
Yes, there's a sense of flexibility, I would say, with the inspirers. They are not very rigid in their, terms.
They're not very rigid. So is that an area that could be an area of conflict with drivers, right? So
yes.
you agree on something with
same like supporters, right? Yeah.
You agree on something with the drivers, that you walk out, you hear someone else, you say, hey, that's a better idea. And the driver thinks they have concluded a discussion, and suddenly you come back and say, no, I've changed my mind, right? So that could be an area of conflict with inspirers. Anything that you can do to overcome that?
So yeah, as you know, it has to be a balanced approach. It could not be, that, because I also got similar marks in Inspirer as well as supporter, so
Right.
9 and 7. So it has to be a mix of. I wouldn't say which, what element is the most important out of this. Because I think all the elements are equally important, and you have to make a balance out of it. Because sometimes you have to be assertive, sometimes you have to be goal oriented, sometimes you have to be supportive.